Yep,
Looks
go
like
right
we're
ahead. We're
all
live.
all right, and we already have 3 attendees, and we'll probably see more showing up. So this is Board President Britt Bassett calling our August 19th monthly regular board meeting to order. The first thing I would like Drew to do is put up the flag, and we will say the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll lead that. Go ahead, Drew. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I guess I should have reminded everybody to unmute. I sounded kind of lonely there. The next order of business is that we need to approve the agenda. So if everybody's had a chance to look at that and know that they need to make any changes or move things around, let's go ahead and get a motion to approve that, and then we'll have discussion.
Rachel moves, we approve.
And a second?
Dan Huntington moves second.
All right, is there any discussion of the agenda?
Yes.
Tim, go ahead.
So on the agenda, there's a broadband committee. Let's see.
Board action agenda item, broadband committee, that's 5C.
Right. The one on, it says that it's a staff broadband presentation, which may be correct, but the broadband committee has never met has not met since, I think, February. So this is really not a broadband committee presentation. And so I propose that we modify that to say staff broadband presentation and strike broadband committee.
All right, does anybody have any problem with that or want to discuss that further, or we will just change that agenda item to say staff broadband presentation as under 5C?
Britt, this is Dan.
Dan, go ahead.
I've got Ryan queued up to provide that presentation today. If possible, between noon and 3 before we go into executive session, that'd be helpful. I think that's about where it's going to land anyway, but I thought I'd give you that heads up.
Okay, I'll make a note. I'll move that item on my agenda since there are no objections, and I'll put after that try for between noon and 3. Did you say, Dan? Noon and 3?
Just before we go into executive session.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we should be able to do that. All right, are there any other discussions or changes to the agenda? None heard. Would you please unmute, and all those who are in favor of this motion, would you please say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please unmute. Any opposed, please unmute and say nay. Nothing heard, so the agenda has now passed. So we can move on to member comments and concerns. We'll do that before the consent board.
Britt, I have a question before then.
Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, it's on the write-offs, which is confidential.
Yes.
It appears to me that some people are letting their bills go and then we're writing them off, and they're using their capital credits to pay the bill. Am I seeing that right?
Well, let's hold off on that, Dan, until we are on the consent board item approval. But I think Carl has heard that and maybe can be prepared to answer it when that question will come back up. So Dan, if you will bring that back up after we hear member comments and concerns.
Okay, this is confidential. Is this something that needs before we get the guests in?
As long as no names are mentioned, it's just in general, these things, general discussions, it can be held in open session.
Okay.
Will do. So we do have, I see now 13 attendees, and I see one hand is up already. So Drew, I assume you're still the meeting host. Can you start handling that and bring over the first attendee who has their hand up?
Yes, I sure can. Okay, Gwen, you should be able to ask your question.
Okay, so
Okay.
any attendee who's going to speak, recall that we'd like you to give us your name and give us roughly where you live. And if you know your district, that's helpful. So go ahead, Gwen.
Hi, this is Gwen Unger. I live in Forest Lakes. That's District 4. I wanted to, first of all, compliment the board on the committee of the whole meeting on Monday, and I particularly want to compliment Britt. I thought that that was really good information. I know that I had seen most of it before, but I suspect, I mean, there was a lot of refreshing there that was good for me. And I suspect that particularly for the newer board members, that probably was a lot of good information. And I don't know how many people really realize how much data Britt seems to have in his head and is able to present in a way that really makes sense. But I think he's incredibly valuable when we're doing these kinds of things. And I just wanted to compliment him on doing what I thought was an excellent job on the committee of the whole meeting. The second thing that I wanted to talk about, I went back. Typically, I don't try to come back after the executive session because I never know when it's going to end. But I went back and listened to the part of the meeting after the executive session last month, and there was discussion about how much information should be provided to the members who are in this meeting. And I didn't really realize, and I think maybe I've mentioned this before, how much different it was as a member watching the meeting and not having the board packet information. And there was a discussion about that, how much information should there be? And it's really difficult when you're sitting out here without having that information, trying to listen to the discussions and understand what's going on. And obviously we all realize that the co-op belongs to the members, doesn't belong to the board, doesn't belong to the staff, it belongs to the members. And so I would like to encourage everyone to think about making it so that people who are watching the meeting can actually understand. So I'll just give you an example. For instance, when you start talking about the finances, it would be really nice if there was either something in a packet or if Carl could show like an overview slide that says, here's what the revenue was last month, here's what the revenue budget was, and we were, X% above or below that, same thing on margin. So that people can understand where we are. It'd be even nicer to have the year-to-date data, particularly as you get later in the year. But that it doesn't strike me that that's something that would take a long time to present. And then Carl could just kind of give an overview of here's why we were above or below these different numbers. So I would encourage the board to try to think about what you would be seeing if you were watching this meeting and didn't have the board packet, and what information really should be available to the members. And I know there was some discussion about we don't want to give the staff any extra work to do. And I would question that a little bit because, we're paying a VP whose primary job really is public relations, letting the members know what's going on. And so if I don't think that the staff should go to a great deal of extra effort to put this together, but just enough so that people can understand, because people are not going to watch these meetings if they don't understand what's going on. If ultimately you get done, you say, I don't know what the heck they're talking about, then people are probably not going to watch. And that sort of defeats the whole purpose of having a thing on a Zoom meeting. So anyway, I just asked the board to consider that. And again, real compliments to Britt for the committee of the whole meeting. Thank you.
Appreciate the kind words, Gwen. Regarding, I do notice that on the LPEA website under the board directors tab, again this month, we do have a board of directors meeting packet. However, I notice, as Gwen is saying, it's only 7 pages, so there's not much there. We know this is a work in progress. I know we've been working hard at what we're calling our staff dashboard. Maybe we can start thinking about some ways to automate this in the future to make it a little easier on staff so more information can get to the members in the board packet. I know there's sort of a struggle between providing information that's not been approved or not even been reviewed by the board yet to the public versus getting more information to the public so they can follow along. So I kind of agree with Gwen that we can do a better job of this, but I know it's a work in progress, but I appreciate you bringing that up, Gwen. And does any other board members wish to comment on what Gwen had to say about anything? Okay, then we'll go on to the next public participation speaker. Drew, do you see anyone out there?
Sorry, this is Rachel. I was caught trying to figure out how to turn my video back on and things. Gwen, would you mind just typing up the suggestions you made? That would be helpful and sending them our way.
I can certainly do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brett, we're having a bit of technical difficulty. So Jack Turner is on now. You can see him at the bottom of the screen. It says John R, not Jack D. Turner. So we've got two Jack Turners on. I know that Jack Turner would like to make public comment, but I'm not sure.
Is Director Turner out there anywhere yet?
He is joining right now, actually. So we've got both Jacks with us.
Okay, well, good. So if you could then unmute Jack Turner, who wishes to make a comment, we'll go on with that.
Am I on?
You are. Please identify yourself and roughly where you live.
Yes, thank you very much. My given name is John R. Turner. I live at 184 Riverview Drive here in Durango, but I've been called Jack Turner since I was born. My family's been here since the 1800s, and there's a lot of John Turners. And I'm calling in to respond to the letter of July 15th when Jack D. Turner announced he's resigning from the board of directors. And in that letter, he gave a dire warning that, quote, I am not the Jack Turner running for county commissioner, and the future of La Plata County is dependent on knowing that distinction. And I just think it's inappropriate and a conflict of interest for a sitting board member of LPA in official LPA correspondence to interfere with and attempt to influence a local election. And Jack Turner not only endorses my opponent, Marsha Porter Norton, but he's listed prominently on her website as an LPA board member rather than as an individual. And his favoring one county commission candidate over another in official LPA correspondence violates his own recommendation that the board should adopt a code of conduct and ethics. And for all his concern about distinguishing our separate identities, he fails to mention that I have reached out to him on numerous occasions to straighten out our biographies, and he's ignored or rejected every single request. The only information he shared with me is, quote, I have for a good part of my life been in the shadows of Durango. And that's not a definitive statement about a person who claims to, in campaign materials, he grew up here and was an adjunct professor at Fort Lewis College. And since he wouldn't meet with me, I researched his background and found out he never attended Durango High School. Fort Lewis responded to an open records request and reported that, quote, we do not show record of Jack D. Turner working for Fort Lewis College. Therefore, I request the La Plata LPA to consider addressing the proper role of its board members in local elections during any discussions regarding a code of conduct and ethics. I'd also like to take this opportunity to formally state that I'm in favor of and willing to help work for renewable energy. And Jessica Matlock explained to me that LPA is certified by the state of Colorado as the sole provider of electric power to La Plata County, and the role of the commissioners and the La Plata counties to support your mission and operations, not replace them or offer duplicate services. I'm also committed to efficiencies and common sense solutions where La Plata County and LPA business converge. And whether I'm elected or not, you can count on my support. And the reason why I'm making these statements for the official record is because on December 19th last year, I emailed Jack D. Turner with a copy to Marsha Norton specifically stating that I'm a strong supporter of renewable energy and wise use of resources. And I sent this email because my opponent has been posting misleading information about me while touting LPA Jack's endorsement. Her message is carefully crafted to imply that only LPA Jack supports renewable energy. And her supporters are doing the same, including Kathleen Adams, an officer of the League of Women Voters, who distributed a newsletter that gave the same negative inference. So thank you for letting me set the record straight. This is just a summary of a letter that I will send to you in a few minutes, along with copies of correspondence and other documentation relative to the statements I made above. I hope you'll read it in full. Thank you very much for your time and your good work, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, Jack, thanks. Actually, during executive session today, and one of the items we have on our agenda is to look at some issues relating to our ethics policy. So we will include some of your statements to discuss, again, in looking at ethics policy to see if there are improvements we can make to it and to see if everybody, all the directors will adhere to it. So appreciate your statements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew, can you see if there's anybody else or if there's some technical difficulty? I'm not sure how you get by that.
Yes, I sure can. Okay, so we have Allie Baird.
Good morning. My name is Allie Baird. I'm in the city of Durango, District 3. And this is just very short. I wanted to, I'd not commented publicly with LPEA meetings before, but have recently been following events a little bit more closely than I have been in the past. And I wanted to, first of all, thank everybody for the opportunity to speak and just want to voice my support for the recent tough decision to raise rates. I know that must have been a difficult conversation, especially during these times, but I think it was the right choice. I also want to support the staff and say that you guys are doing a fantastic job during difficult times and say thank you for everything that you're doing to keep our lights on and our electricity going. I also am voicing support for local renewable generation. I work in the renewables industry. I've been there for a while now. I think it's going to be a long-term basis of support in this community. I do think local generation is going to do this county, and speaking for Archuleta as well, I think as an LPEA member, I think renewable generation is what we have to focus on. And I know that, and I compliment the board and the staff for working very hard on finding solutions. I do think Tri-State has not necessarily been a fair partner in the past. Reading up on the PUC decision, reading up on, or the preliminary decision, reading up on how these communications have gone over the last couple of decades, I recognize that Tri-State has spent time and effort now working through the option of having renewable energies, supporting their efforts. However, I feel that they are riding on the backs of all of the effort that electric co-ops have made in this area, including LPEA has done a lot of work and I think put in a lot of effort to understand how renewables would work and how they would function for this community. And while Tri-State appears to be coming along, I would encourage the board to keep moving forward and finding alternatives with Tri-State, whether that means pulling out completely, pulling out partially. I think that's going to be the path forward, and I compliment everybody there for their work there. That's going to be it for me on comments. If anybody has any questions or if I can say anything further, please let me know.
Thank you, Ali. I guess we can go on and to the next person on the list. Go ahead, Drew.
Okay. All right, we have Lori Costello.
Hi, this is Lori, District 3 downtown. I have been impressed with the work of the co-op and the public comments that we're allowed to make, and being involved right now in the rulemaking for state Senate Bill 181, which became law over a year ago and still has not been implemented. I realize the way things work right now in our state and probably in our nation, where there tends to be a bit of a dismissal of peer-reviewed science and even of facts. And I know at LPEA we're talking about a code of conduct for the board of directors, and I wholeheartedly support that and will support that in any way I can. And I'm recalling back to a prior board chair. I'm not talking about the prior board chair, but I have sat in more than one public comment meetings where members of the directors apologized to we, the public, for how we were treated by the board chair. And I'm grateful that that person is no longer on the board, but I'm very concerned about the ability of the public, whether it's in campaigns or just in regular board meetings and business of LPEA Co-op, that the public can be assured that there is a standard that is being followed by the board of directors. And just as we move forward, hopefully with decreased input from Tri-State, and in my opinion, hopefully no relationship at all with Tri-State, I would like us to be able to, rather than continue to say the same things over and over and over again, as we are doing currently with rulemaking in SB 181, I would like for us to be able to rely on facts and truth and peer-reviewed science in making our decisions, rather than having a solid voice on things that are not actually factual. And that comes back to having an ethics code where we can hold each person accountable for the truth of what they say in this, what I suspect will be a quite contentious move forward in trying to separate from Tri-State. Thank you for all you do.
Lori, real quickly, what in general is SB 181 all about?
In general, it's about regulation of fracking in the state as opposed to promotion of fracking, which is what the COGCC has done so far. It's Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, and they are a state agency that has a mission for protecting public health and the environment, but in actual fact, they have been promoting oil and gas development to the detriment of public health.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And just briefly, yes, we do have, as we talked briefly, our ethics and policies that we try to follow. We do want to encourage board members to be active in the community, but it is sometimes a struggle to separate their own involvement with the LPA from that activism. And certainly, I'm glad the Herald does what they can to get the word out, but they have sometimes not been helpful when directors will make an attempt to separate themselves, but the Herald will always then label who they are and who they're representing. But we will take that to heart, and we will bring it up again in our executive session today while talking about some ethics issues. Appreciate that. So Drew, if you'd go on to the next speaker.
Okay, we have Gail Harris.
Hi, I'm Gail Harris, and I live in Durango, District 3, and I'm a residential and commercial member of LPEA. And I want to thank you all for taking your time in board meetings for our member comments, and I appreciate the courtesy of board members actually listening to the comments. I know it's a little difficult on Zoom, and we have a lot of things going on, but I do appreciate that. And I appreciate the mission of LPEA of being environmentally responsible, in addition to providing safe, reliable, and low-cost energy. I'm very, very concerned about climate change. Right now, I look out my window, it's really hazy. I don't know what it's like at your house, but at my house, having a hard time looking across the valley over at Fort Lewis College. And, you know, I assume that's from all the fires that are burning in Colorado and Arizona and the West. And these fires are caused in part by climate change because of the increased drought and increased pests killing trees. And I'm not saying this to convince you of climate change. I trust that all of you understand what climate change is about, but to emphasize the urgency of needing to address climate change. We have seen in this area that it's only gotten worse and worse and worse. And as an electric co-op, we are uniquely situated to address climate change. And I'm asking the board to negotiate in earnest with Tri-State to leave Tri-State. There's several reasons for that, of course. And I think we should do a complete buyout One, I think it will favor our members economically, and that we will have the opportunity to purchase cheaper energy and the opportunity to purchase renewable energy, the energy that fits with our values and our mission statement. It will also reduce and eliminate our reliance on coal, again, by our opportunity to purchase energy. And so it will greatly reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Also, as a member of Tri-State, since each member gets one vote, even though we purchase a lot more energy than many, many members of Tri-State does, we really don't have a lot of say about what Tri-State does vis-a-vis how much energy we use. And our current court battles have shown that Tri-State does not have our best interests at heart. And it seems like a full buyout will not be that much more costly than a partial buyout. So I think that we should be looking at a full buyout rather than a partial buyout. So I'm requesting that the board negotiate in the best interest of LPEA and the members. And I'm encouraging to be strong and negotiate hard, because I think you can do that. And I think you can negotiate the absolute best deal for LPEA. Thank you all for serving as board members. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Gail. Drew, would you put up the next speaker?
Okay, we've got John Purser.
Hello, my name is John Purser and I'm in District 4. I just had two questions I haven't been able to find the information for. Has Jack Turner's resignation date been set? And has a date for advertising the position been set?
John, one of the agenda items on today is to handle that. Our bylaws and policy makes the board actually have to meet and take action on something. And we do plan on doing that today. Jack has indicated that this probably is going to be his last meeting. We'll verify that today as well with Jack when we get to that agenda item. But the way I think it will play out today, unless something occurs that I don't predict, is that we will take action today. We will set, then that first action, then we'll start to advertise that position. And then we will learn if this will be Jack's final meeting. And he also has potentially another CREA meeting at the state level that he may attend. We'll find out about that as well. John, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Drew, the next speaker.
Okay, we've got Karen Pontius.
Hello, board. My name is Karen Pontius. I'm 288 Animas View Drive in Durango. I want to echo what everybody said. I mean, it's hard coming number 5 or 6 on this because everybody said things I was going to say. First, John R. Turner, when he mentioned the ethics, I really agreed with that, because I think you guys have talked before about getting ethics standards reference misstatements made during elections or during work on the board. So that's a good thing. And what Ali Baird said about all the renewables, yes, yes, yes. And what Lori said about the dismissal of science and facts, I think this board is definitely looking at science and facts, and you guys do a great job. So that brings us to everything Gail said about, climate change and our efforts to do a buyout, which I'm in favor of, if it becomes feasible. The fact that we haven't got a real money amount yet, at least not one that I'm aware of, so it's maybe it'll save us money, maybe it won't, but we do have 75 million in equity. So I'm not sure if we wait 30 years to the end of our contract, if that money will ever be available or if we'll still be here, but that's a concern. Let's use that equity now and buy out of the contract and get onto renewables. So that's something I would like. the court battles that Gail mentioned show that Tri-State doesn't have our best interests at heart. And I can't imagine they would say that because they want to protect their own selves. So I really appreciate what the board's doing reference to buyout, and anything you can tell us about the progress of that would be appreciated. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Karen. As you and I think others who have spoken on these issues are aware, we as a board passed a three-pronged strategy some time ago. And the one prong that, of course, seems to be prominently mentioned and the one that gets the most press is the exit part. But we will indeed continue to look at partial options. And if we end up staying with Tri-State, how we can be more effective on moving Tri-State the way we want. So those are our three options that we'll continue to look at. So we appreciate all of those comments. And we will continue, as you've requested, to be as diligent and work as hard as we can. Obviously, you and I think many of us are frustrated that it just takes so long. It goes on and on and on. I was interested in when Lori talked about a bill that's passed more than a year ago and they're still making rules on it. Yes, things are slow in the public domain. Are there any other speakers out there that would like to address the board? If so, you've got a button related to this Zoom that allows you to raise your hand and we will put you on. Okay, I don't see anybody. We've still got 17 participants. That's pretty neat. We'll see how long they can stand some of the boring stuff that we have to do, but I think there'll be some interesting stuff today as well. Okay, well, that'll close the part of the meeting. That was
Brett?
public. Yes?
Sorry, I had my hand up. We had 2 comments that came in via email since the last board meeting, and I didn't know if we needed publicly, sometimes those get publicly read, and I didn't know if we wanted to do that, because otherwise there's no way those ever get made public.
You know, I do not recall what those might be, Kirsten, so if you could remind me, and I don't know that if I saw them.
Sure. Well, you responded to both of them from the board. Those are what I'm talking about.
Yeah, those would be pretty lengthy responses in a way, but yes, that's probably worth bringing up, the idea that we do get mail occasionally, probably more than occasionally, from people who ask us specific questions, and we do make an effort to answer the questions to that person. Of course, we copy the rest of the board, but we typically haven't shared that information. Sort of a lot of it, you would find similar questions to that would go in our frequently asked questions. I would, is Hillary on now, or well, Jessica is. We probably do need to look at the questions that have been asked us and make sure that they are being covered in our frequently asked questions. So if something new comes in that we make the effort to answer, we capture some of that. So it would help the public, I think. But Kirsten, as far as reading those letters and all those comments, they were pretty lengthy. So I think I'd be best not to do that. Holly, go ahead.
Along the same lines, we did receive a letter from a member owner this morning. Is it advisable to read that online?
You know, if we don't read one, it's hard to say reading another. Those are being sent to us with sometimes comments, sometimes stuff. You know, it's something I guess we have to think about, because we do want to hear from our members, but do we have this public participation method. We haven't typically read individual letters that are being sent to us out loud during this public participation. But certainly as a board, we can decide to do whatever we want in the future. We probably something we ought to set a standard for so that it's done in the common way. But I don't believe we have been doing that in the past. Any more discussion or comment on public participation, particularly with email or letters being sent in? Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we read letters that come in between, and keep it within the 5 minutes that each person who's able to log in via Zoom gets.
Okay. There's a motion.
Anybody second?
I'll second that.
And the second by Sue. I was just looking, you know, so often we jump around and say, can you actually take action without saying you're going to take action? And this is a little different because this is always on our menu. Shay, would you speak to this? Is this, if you're on now, is this something we could actually take action on now, or it needs to be more formal than this?
You know, I was thinking about it, and as you said, this is something that we always have on our agenda. It's a place for members to provide comments to the board, and so I think it would be appropriate, an appropriate place to address this motion, because it is discussing member comments and concerns, and so I think we do have it adequately placed on the agenda.
Okay, I appreciate that. So we have a motion on the floor that from this point forward, if we receive during the month letters from members, we will read those during our public comment period. And that has been seconded. Is there any further discussion on that? Sue, go ahead.
It's not in regards to this motion per se, but I'm assuming that you will respond back via email to the new letters that we have received this past week.
Yeah, I have not been able to get to those other than noticing that they've come in. And it's probably something we will have to discuss, because when somebody writes a detailed letter and you provide a detailed response, and then they send you back a follow-up, which kind of ignores half of what you said, and starts making some unpleasant accusations. It's tough to continue with those. I'll have to talk with Holly, in particular our communications person, to get guidance on how we best deal with that. But yes, in general, I will, particularly the new ones, I will make sure that we get a response to, either me or somebody on staff. Yes. Anything else, Sue, related to that? No. Okay, Tim, go ahead. Your next conversation on this motion.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment of making public the dialogue that we have with our members, but I don't know that we need to read them at this venue. If people want to, they can participate here. I think a better method would be to actually have those posted in a spot on our website, which is easy to find. So that, because there's potential for lots of correspondence. We could end up spending a long time in a meeting reading those things back and forth. And I think it might be easier for people who, just as we post this recording now on the website, posting that dialogue on the website and making it available, I think, is a more efficient mechanism. So I probably won't, on that basis, I probably won't vote affirmatively on this motion.
All right, that also made me think, Tim, that we're talking about a public part of our board packet, and that seems like it would be an additional place to put it.
Yep.
So there could be two things that are done. It could be the monthly public board packet would have those letters, and the frequently asked questions should cover that same information, and possibly there would be someplace else on the website that would just be member communications or something. Good comments. Kohler, go ahead.
I will vote against it, and I agree with everything that Tim said. So thank you, Tim. That represented me well.
Okay. And next up then would be Kirsten. And after you've made a comment, remember to put your hand down.
Okay, so thank you. Oops. Just a second. I'm going to be on the screen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Joe, I think Tim's idea was great. Getting them public is good. One concern that I would have about the reading them is, because we aren't allowed to respond to our members at the time when they speak, it's kind of unfair for the people who wrote in, because then we have the response to it. So trying to figure that one out, I think probably having them all posted would be great. Having said that, I also sometimes would really like to respond to members at the time that they are speaking, and we've kind of got our hands tied on it, so it feels more like certainly I want to be in a listening mode, but every once in a while I also want to be in a dialogue mode. So I was wondering if we could kind of change that. That's off topic of this. So I'm so pleased with the solution Tim came up with. I'd probably be voting no against this too.
Okay.
But would want a motion to implement what Tim talked about.
Well, then somebody could amend this motion to make that more official,
I think
for
that's
sure.
great.
Rachel, go ahead.
Well, yeah, and I don't know if this is an amendment or how to do this, but there's a bunch of member engagement pieces that keep stacking up, some of which are in the board realm, some of which are maybe a combination of board, we've talked about for forever, board and staff involvement. And so, like, as an example, in the board realm, some of the things that have come up over the last few months are the public facing board packet. How do we handle that? What's legal, what's not, what's manageable for staff, what's not? The public participation section of the board meeting, now we have these letters up for question. I've always wondered about that response side of things. And I think there's also ways to make the participation section more, perhaps a little bit more intriguing, or I don't know. There's some ways to make it a little bit more live, and then also some comments around, the way looking at member participation and the way our agendas are structured, and kind of how some things it'd be great to stack up in the front so that folks don't have to hang out the whole day, because I know that's not accessible for a lot of people. Anyways, the proposal I would have is, can we pull aside a group to work on some of these issues and come back with a suite of proposals that kind of more holistically take a look at member engagement through some of these board functions and how we seek to address it? Because we've kind of been trying to piece away at this at the board meetings, and we haven't really got anywhere. So I don't know. Is that an amendment that we put together a little group?
Sounds to me like you're referring back to, we had discussion about putting together a member engagement committee to address these and a variety of other issues. Is that sort of what you're heading toward again, going that concept?
I think it'd be a great concept. I seem to have not had much support over the years, but I think that would be awesome. Big picture, and again, I know there's been staff bandwidth issues and also some transition time and things. So if now's not the time for that big picture thing, at least in the short term, it'd be great just to pull a few of us aside to come back with, in the board meeting, under the board purview, here's some recommendations for how to address some of these member engagement issues that have come up.
All right. I believe that we should put the consideration of that committee and the effort you've put into trying to get that going on our agenda for probably next month. So make sure and email that to me, and we can then take a formal action on that, as it is difficult to kind of piece together some of these bits and parts. So it probably is getting to be about time for that, now that perhaps next month, I shouldn't say perhaps, I don't see any problem with putting that on the agenda.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, Sue, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
I do. I just wanted to make a quick comment on Tim's suggestion. I think that is a really good idea to put it on the website, as well as the frequently asked questions. I do have a comment about people being able to attend the meetings, because a lot of people work and are not able to interject on a verbal basis during the meetings. So that's why I think we're seeing letters coming in. But I do think it would be great if we could put those on our web page and maybe the frequently asked question area.
Okay, we seem to have a lot of consensus to that idea, but we still do have a motion on the table. Got a couple more hands up, so we'll get to those before we go on. Jack Turner, go ahead. Jack, we're not able to hear you. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Jack.
Okay, sorry, I'm on my phone trying to navigate the buttons here. I think Rachel's idea is a good one. And I just want, I don't know that maybe I would support reading emails, because that can get lengthy and long, but not everyone feels comfortable speaking in public. And I've always given an option to write, and if it would mean, and I think we, I like Rachel's idea, if it would mean even paraphrasing or identifying or highlighting the theme of the email, that would be okay. But just to acknowledge that not everyone feels comfortable standing up in public, and I don't, I think to give equal access, that looking at all the different means of communication is going to be important so that everyone feels heard. That's the end of my comment.
Okay, and that makes me think, Jack, that something that we almost could add to our agenda if this is the direction we want to go is during the member comment section, we can state we have received 3 letters from members in the past month, and they are posted here, or we've received 3 letters and our frequently asked questions been updated to Hansel, something like that, that we would at least make it known that we have received them and that we encourage people to continue to write us. I appreciate that thought as another addition to what we can do. Kirsten, go ahead. Kirsten, unmute and go ahead. Oops, she's waving her hand. I guess she's working on it.
I'm trying to unmute. Sorry, I was trying to unmute. My mouse wasn't working. I think Jack makes a good point about the folks who aren't able to attend. I notice, and maybe it just happens to be this round, but the tone and the message that come from the folks who were writing was very different from the folks who we heard from today, so that it kind of gets lost, at least to the rest of the public. It doesn't get lost on the board because we get the advantage to see it all, but the rest of the public doesn't necessarily get to hear during this time that, oh, there's somebody who actually disagrees with me. Because as we were hearing, by the time you get down to Karen, who was 5th, everything's been said. So hearing some other voices would be great. A quick summary, something like that. Shay, can I amend my own motion?
I think so.
Okay.
And I think what we could do is if you modify your motion, and then if it's okay with the seconder, then we have an emotion.
Okay. I would like to modify my motion.
And to be what?
I'm giving it at least 3 seconds of thought, sir.
Oh, excuse me.
That during the member comment section, we summarize emails that came in between the last meeting, and that we post those emails in a section of the website that is easy to find. Period.
And can I make I'm sorry.
Yep.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes.
And the only concern that I have with that is if it is member specific, that is not something that would be appropriate for posting because it is confidential bill questions or, things like that. And so can we put a little squishiness in there to give some ability to protect member confidentiality?
Sure. So it's about member comments, and so non-confidential member comments that we receive during the month would be summarized and posted. Period.
Okay, so I was trying to type that too, and you can correct me if I didn't quite get that, Kirsten, but there's now a motion on the floor, and we'll wait for the seconder to agree to the change of this motion that would say that during member comment section, we summarize non-confidential emails that have come in, and we post those emails in a section of our website.
I will second that motion as I did the first one.
Okay, that motion has now been changed. Is there did I catch that okay, Kirsten?
Yes, sir, that was perfect.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this motion? Holly, you're next.
I do appreciate that discussion on the confidentiality and whatnot, because as it turns out, 2 of the 3 letter writers are in our attendance in the audience today. And so I'm really glad to be able to exhibit that we're taking their concerns very seriously, whether or not they're willing to are able to speak at this meeting or not. So thank you.
All right, good. Let's see, next would be Joe Lewandowski. Unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's really a bad idea to try to summarize someone else's letter And in one of the letters, we had some very inappropriate comments. And I don't think, I think if we're going to put them out there, we should put them out there as they come in. And I agree with Tim, but I think trying to summarize someone else's stuff is really a bad idea in what we're dealing with.
Joe, would you have any specific ways that we could change that from summarize? Would you mean we would just mention that the emails are, that we have received them and that we are now placing them, and give a location to that? And what would you have in mind?
Yeah, that would be, I think that would be appropriate. I mean, anyone can talk on the public forum. So, you know, some people have chosen to talk. I think if someone is really concerned about issues, they should get online. They're members, they're owners, we listen to them. And, but yes, if we could refer people to where they want to see that, that'd be a good idea.
Interesting. Okay, John Lee, go ahead.
I feel like the motion is awfully specific, and it seems like the intent is that correspondence received is included in our packet and can become a part of it, drilling down to where it's going to be placed in what type of it, and if it's going to be summary, because I agree with Joe, the summarizing of it, we might not capture it. So just put it out there, just like people are commenting in verbally, and I'll let it be part of the record as we're done with the meeting. I find that supportable.
Is
John,
there an amendment?
Yeah, John, do you have a clear enough idea for how to amend this motion with what you've said, or do you not want to do that?
Yeah, I guess I would go to amend this to that our public correspondence would include emails or letters received previous to the board meeting, and those would be included in our approved or board packet as we go through.
Okay, so the way I hear that, John, is instead of summarizing the non-confidential emails, we include the non-confidential emails in the public board packet and on a place on our website.
Yes.
Okay, there's an amendment has been suggested. Is there a second to that amendment?
Kohler will second.
All right, the amendment to not summarize the emails, but to include those non-confidential emails in the public board packet and to place them on a section of our website has been made and seconded. Is there further discussion of this? Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit with this one. And kind of the phrase that comes to mind is the perfect is the enemy of the good. But I do think, again, is this one that's critical right now? Is it worth taking a step back and looking at it? Just because it still feels slapdash, like we're trying to figure out a what without understanding the true why a little bit. And I think I would be interested to kind of look at what are other people doing. I'm sure there's best practices out there, chatting a little bit with legal. One thing that comes to mind is people are sending emails to us. Are we saying, hey, we're going to publish this, just so you know? You know, would a better option, because I do support, like, people can't get away from work or family or obligations to get here. I think to assume that is not accurate and kind of an unfair assumption. But is there, I don't know, there just seems like there's a few things. Like, what about a form on the website that's like, hey, board comment will be read, and that way someone knows that's the venue if they want something published. I don't know, there just seems like there's a better way to sit down and think about it holistically. And so I'm encouraging that we just take it offline, examine, bring something back that's concrete and informed next month, and take some action on it.
It sounds to me like, Rachel, that you are suggesting that we table this motion. Do you want to make that a formal statement then, or?
Sure. is it amendment?
Yeah, you would
Amend-
move that we table this motion.
I move that we table this motion and bring back an informed proposal next month.
And there will be no discussion on a suggestion to table, but I would need a second for that.
I second. This is Joe.
Joe seconds it. All those who are in favor of tabling this motion, would you please unmute and say aye? And I'll see if we need to do a hand by hand or not to see. So let me just see what's going on.
Aye.
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 All those who oppose tabling this motion, please unmute and say nay.
Yay.
Okay, let the record show that this motion shall be tabled and taken up at our next board meeting, and it will probably be included in a section about looking at a policy committee, or I don't mean a policy committee, I mean a consideration of a committee for member engagement. And we'll have this discussion around that and then decide at that point whether we want to make motions right then and do something or pass it to the committee or what else the board wants to do. I think a good discussion. I think we can make progress on this, but like a lot of things, we'll have to put it off for a month. So thank you very much. And we will go on.
Britt, you never asked for abstentions.
I did not ask for abstentions. I did. That's kind of one of those things. Sometimes I don't know if I should do it every time or when I get something that seems unanimous.
I think you should do it every time, personally. You have to make the opportunity available as the chair. We could ask Shay for that clarification.
Yeah, and often how we've been doing it is we were able to tell that this was unanimous except for one vote, although I didn't ask for abstentions, so we don't know that. Are there anybody who would not want to, who would like to abstain from this vote? No, okay. The next, let's see, going on, we've discussed this quite a bit, member comments and concern. Is there any more? Jessica, go ahead.
I don't know if this is appropriate now because I don't know if we're out of the public comment, but there was a Q&A that came up. I don't know if you want to address that.
A Q&A that's come up?
On the bottom of the screen.
Q&A, okay, I see on the
From
bottom.
a member of the public.
Yeah. It says, in your discussion of ethics standings, I hope that one aspect included incorrect statements by Yelp director staff. This person was down on much. My 2-year-old grandson, like me, is very appreciative you're working hard. And again, this is sort of one of those things like, yeah, he's here, he's typing this in. This is not like a letter. This is during public comment period. So it probably is appropriate to read these things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be taken care of, I guess. And this is from Kirby McLaurin. And he says, in your discussion of ethics standards, I hope that one aspect would include that incorrect statements made by LPEA directors or staff would be corrected publicly by those persons. Wish I could comment. I'm watching my 2-year-old grandson, who like me is very appreciative. Yeah, I'll bet that you're working hard to move our energy sources toward clean energy, which will protect and ensure this world. Thanks for your hard work and good work, directors and staff. Thank you, Kirby. And I shouldn't make fun of your 2-year-old grandson. I think he probably would appreciate our hard work. So I take that back. Okay, Jessica, was there anything else? All right, there are still some hands up. We're still in member discussion. So I'll go ahead and see if these are pertinent to that. So Dan Huntington, go ahead.
No, it's not appropriate now or relevant now, being as we tabled the motion. I was going to say all correspondence, not just emails.
Okay. And Jack Turner, your hand is still up. Is this regarding member comments and concerns? Go ahead.
Britt.
Go ahead, Jack.
Britt, I'm having technical difficulty with lowering my hand. How, if someone could text me how you do that, it's not working.
Does somebody know? Wasn't there's like a star something to do that on the phone?
I looked it up and it should be *9, but that may not be working for Jack.
No, I keep trying and it keeps raising my hand. So sorry about that, but I'm trying to get it down.
Yeah, okay. Rachel, go ahead.
Thanks. This is just procedural. So should I put an email out to the board, see who wants to get together and put together some thoughts regarding some of these questions to present back next month, or
You're certainly welcome to do that if it would help the discussion and help prepare for it in some way. We can always do that, but it would also, just as a reminder, if I will put it on your shoulders, drop me an email and say, on next month's agenda, we are going to have such and so, and then I'll make sure and get that on there as well. So yes, you can. One thing I demand of you, the other thing would be optional. Thank you.
Britt, do you mind if I offer a suggestion for that?
Go ahead, Jessica.
So Rachel, if you wouldn't mind working with Hillary, because I know she's been thinking about this already and has some great ideas. So I would suggest we connect up with Hillary and maybe you guys can develop a plan, a proposal.
Yeah, that would be helpful to be a bit prepared for that subject, because I think it's a good one for next meeting. That will be great. Thank you. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah. To Rachel's point, when she tabled the motion, she said that there would be some sort of package coming next month. It's not that we're going to discuss it next month. It's that there's going to be actually work done this month so that we can discuss something concrete next month. That's what the tabling motion said.
Okay, and that
so
would be
it's
great.
not let's decide next month to decide.
Yeah, so any directors who have input into this or have ideas on this, and in a way, I'm kind of looking at Joe too, because he's typically involved in some of these communication issues. There would be good if there's some discussion and some thoughts and planning so that we would have an effective communication next month to decide what to do. And of course, Rachel and Hillary will be involved in that. Thanks much, Kirsten. Anything else on the member comments before we'll go on in our email? We can probably still make some more progress then before we take a break. So let's go ahead and do that. The next item on the agenda is the consent board items. The first of those that I'm going to separate out is approval of board minutes. Can I have a motion to approve last month's board minutes that were from July the 15th meeting?
I have a correction I want to make. So I don't know whether you want the motion first or the correction.
Yes, the correction should be during discussion, I believe.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes then.
All right. Is there a second to approve the minutes?
Kohler a second.
Kohler will second. Now is there discussion? And I see, Tim, you had a correction, so I'll hit you first.
Let's see. Page 6, I believe, on my board packet. It's regarding the broadband committee. First off, the broadband committee did not meet, so I would like broadband committee struck out of that. And I would then also strike committee out of the sentence that says CEO Matlock reported, so that it really, excuse me, so that it reads CEO Matlock reported that staff are developing a proposal and timeline for presentation to the board in August. So you could label that maybe not broadband committee, but just broadband issue or something. But it's misleading, I think, for us to be saying that there's a broadband committee recommendation or meeting when there hasn't been since February. And we have told our members, and I've been had multiple inquiries on this, to which I've responded, and I think we've responded, that the broadband committee is suspended and has not been reinstated. So when we put that up there, it's misleading, and looks like we're not.
Okay, the change suggested is that instead of it saying broadband committee, I would say, Tim suggested, it would say broadband discussion in bold, and then we would strike the word committee from that sentence, and then it would be adequate. Does anybody have any objection to that change? All right.
One other question or correction I might have on the minutes, rather than come back to me. Just prior to that, in policy committee, the sentence policy, the second sentence, policy committee chairman Huntington requested that the committee review policy 304. It's not clear which committee he's asking, because prior to that, it talks about the finance and audit committee. So I think we need to clarify which committee Chairman Huntington was requesting review policy 304.
So you would simply add the word policy in front of committee there. So Huntington requested that the policy committee review policy 304 would be adequate.
If that's correct, that you're right. That would be adequate.
Does anybody object to that change to the minutes? Okay. Anything else, Tim?
No, I'm done there. Thank you.
All right. And I think Kohler's got another change to the minutes, and then I see Joe's hand up, so I'll get to him next.
So this is Kohler. Am I next? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So on page 3, just a small thing, the very first paragraph that talks about summer virtual town hall proposal. I don't know that we need the word summer in there. And then in that second line, it mentions towards the end of the second line, introduced a proposal to hold summer virtual town meetings basically in October. So I would just take out the word summer, both at the very beginning and in that second sentence.
All right. It's been suggested that certainly makes sense that we remove the word summer from when doing those meetings, since we're not sure that's when it's going to happen. Does anybody object to that? Nope. So we can make that change too. Okay, Karish, were you able to get these few changes before I go to Joe? Karish, were you able to get these few changes?
Yes, I was. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Joe, go ahead. You have some corrections or something?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. And this relates to what I talked about last month. The amendment would read to clearly show to members how directors have voted. All future minutes will include the names of the directors who voted for a proposal and the names of the directors who voted against or abstained. Names do not need to be listed for unanimous votes. I just think all of our votes should be recorded in the minutes, whether we vote for or against something. Now we only have those who dissent.
Okay, read that one more time since it looks like you have it down. It's to clearly show to director, go ahead.
To clearly show to members how directors have voted. All future minutes will include the names of the directors who voted for a proposal and the names of the directors who voted against or abstained. Names do not need to be listed for unanimous votes.
All right, and we of course may have you read that again, but I understand and I hear what you're saying. I would like to see if there's a second for that motion.
You have a motion on the floor already.
This amendment, excuse me, a second to this amendment. Amendment to the motion. In addition to approving the minutes, this would amend that motion to make a change in how we go forward. Is there a second for that? I would encourage a second because
I'll second that, Britt.
I would like to have some discussion on Bob. Go ahead.
I'll second that.
All right. So if there's some discussion for why people don't think this should be done or why it should, and Joe, do you want to start out with any further discussion of this before I go on?
Yeah, I'm on the City Planning Commission, and when our minutes come out, we have the names of those who vote for and against proposals. City Council's the same, county commissioners are the same, and I think this provides a clear service to our members who are reading our minutes, and then we don't make them, see who, everybody who's reading our minutes don't know the names of all 12 people on the board, so I just don't want to make people do extra work to have to read who voted against and then try to figure out who voted for. It seems like a very easy thing to do administratively, and I think it's a service for our members to clearly show how people voted.
All right, thank you, appreciate that. Tim, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up from a previous comments.
Oh, all right. Is there any other discussion on this amendment to the motion that would have us change our minutes in the future so that we're more clear on who's voted for what and how. Dan Huntington, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as finding out who the directors that voted affirmatively, if we just listed the negative votes or against the motion, all the rest of the directors are listed right at the top of the minutes of who attended. So by elimination, they can figure that out. This is cumbersome for secretary and executive secretary, just extra work typing. So I'm not in favor of it.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Joe, do you wish to respond? Go ahead.
It's simply cut and paste. And again, this is to make our minutes more user-friendly for our members. We work for our members. We represent our members. I think this is a very minor change. And Jessica, correct me if I'm wrong, but this doesn't seem to be an onerous task for Karis or any other person to perform.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Karis is already writing down who's yay and who's nay, and so it's easy for her to type that up.
Karis, do you have any comment on this, since this would involve you? And do you understand what the motion is? So Karis, could you go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Brett. I do understand the motion, and I am happy to do whatever is best for the board, whatever you decide. Nothing is too difficult for me.
Oh, don't say that.
When it comes to the minutes.
Okay, darn, I think we can get more work out of you there. Okay. Is there more discussion of this amendment to the motion to approve the minutes? All right, at this time, I know we've got at least one no, and it may be not unanimous by any means, so I'm going to go ahead and ask if all directors who are for this would go ahead and hold their, let me see how to do this so I can keep track. Unmute and raise your hand, and let me just go through and see if I kept you. So I've got Bob's for it, and I've got Tim for it, I've got Holly for it, and I've got Rachel for it, Joe for it. Did I miss anybody?
Sue's
Kirsten's for it. Sue's for it.
You gotta ask Jack, you can't see him. So.
Jack, how do you vote on this, for or against?
I'm for it.
Jack is for it, okay. All those who are against this motion, would you please let me know by waving your hand, unmute, and making sure I catch your name? Again, those who are nay, that would be Dan and Kohler. And is there anybody else I have missed? Okay, and all those who would abstain from voting on this amendment to the motion, please indicate now by saying unmuting and saying I abstain.
I abstain.
We have John Lee abstaining. Anybody else? All right. So the motion does pass. I mean, the amendment to the motion does pass. So minutes here for the future, so that would include this month, we'll have a more complete record of who votes. Now, the motion I'm back to is approval of minutes. So in addition to approving it, we're modifying it, but there's been a few minor changes. Does anybody wish to now discuss further the motion to approve the minutes? Dan, go ahead.
I'm just going to suggest that probably a roll call vote on any split vote is more appropriate than trying to do it by pictures on your iPad or laptop.
Okay, I could then, just start and go down one after another and get somebody to respond. That wouldn't take long. Good suggestion, Dan. I will do that.
Yeah, Karis would have a list of the names and she could just go down and check.
Yeah, actually, I've got the names in alphabetic order here handy too, so I could do that if you could listen in. But Yeah, that would be better for those kind of things. I agree. Thank you. All right. Now the motion to approve the minutes. All those who are in favor say unmute and say aye.
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 Any who oppose approving the minutes, unmute and say nay. No opposals. Any who abstain, unmute and say I abstain. All right, the minutes are unanimously approved. Thank you. We are going to take a break now before we get going on the rest of the agenda. The break should be on the order of about 7 minutes. So I'm going to see if we can get going at 10:25. So I would appreciate it if we'll be back and ready at that time. Thank you. Okay, Drew, if you're out there, could you put it back up our smiling faces?
Sure can. All right.
All right, everybody is back. To turn your video feed back on. We got a couple more directors coming in. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started again. The next item on the agenda is our consent board items. Those consent board items are in our board packet. They are typically not to be shared with the public because they are names of members, namely the new membership list. We accept the new members, and the capital credit payment to estates, and finally the monthly write-offs. And Dan had a comment on these, but first, before we get to Dan, I'd like somebody to make a motion to approve the consent board items.
Kohler will move to approve.
I'll second that. It's Bob.
All right. And Dan, if you're ready, you had a comment or question on the consent board items. So go ahead.
Oh, I just going down through the list there, and I know there's some people that are on that, and they owed money, but there was nothing written off. They had enough capital credits to take pay for that with the discount. So if people start doing this, that's going to cut into our revenue. You still got the capital credits there, but
Yes.
anyway, it's about a third of the way down in the C's.
Okay, so the concern is that actually some people who are still members are showing up. And the question, Carl, would be, how does this monthly write-off of Patridge's retirement, it does look like it's a bit longer list this month. How does that affect our revenue? And is there any games people can be playing related to this that we're not aware of? Carl, could you address that?
I'm not aware of any games that can be played, though. I would, what I would propose is that I will do a thorough review on this process and report to the Finance and Audit Committee next month. There should not be any impact on revenue or margin from this process. Without going into the specifics of which members are involved or ex-members, I think the best thing I can do is to take this away and do a thorough review and report back to the committee next month.
All right, and Dan, if you would drop Carl an email so we're in private, you could be a little more specific about the concern, because I certainly understand you not want to be public about this. So that would be helpful for Carl. And then in the Finance Committee, he'll talk to that committee, and then the committee will report in some method back to the board next month. Would that be okay, Dan?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, thank you guys, appreciate that. Now, then we're still, the motion on the board is to approve the consent items. Is there any more discussion of this? Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I don't see anything different in that report than what we have reported all along for years now. So Dan, if you see something in there that you think is different than previously, please include that in your email to the committee. Thanks.
Will do.
All right. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yes, without going into name details, we do have a couple of folks that are highlighted, and I don't know if Carl highlighted this or somebody else, and they tend to be folks, well, they are both ones that we have two lines for. So just would like if there's an explanation for why two and why bold.
Carl?
That's because they offset one another, and it's just highlighting that there's a positive write-off and a negative write-off, so essentially it's zero.
Of course, I don't understand why there'd be a positive and a negative, but it's perhaps something that if we expand on this a little bit, we can put off to discuss and explain next month. Okay. Any more discussion on the consent board items before we vote? All right, all who are in favor of the motion to approve the consent board items, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 All those who oppose approval of the consent board items, please unmute and say nay. Any who wish to abstain from the approval of the consent board items, please unmute and say I abstain. All right, that was a unanimous decision. Thank you. We'll now go ahead to the CEO and staff reports. So Jessica, would you start this? And I believe those reports start for me. The cover page is on page 18 of our 140-page board report. So go ahead, Jessica.
Great, thank you. Hey, Britt, this is Jack. Excuse me for a second.
Go ahead.
Britt, I was cut off, so I didn't hear the discussion on the I just heard the last part of the consent board item, so I don't know what was discussed. I might, and then I just heard the last thing about abstaining, so I think I need to abstain because I didn't hear the discussion.
All right, Jack Turner has abstained from the vote, and basically, Jack, it was just a couple of questions on some things that Carl is going to look into and explain to the board. First, talk it over the finance committee, and then explain to the board next month.
Okay, great, thanks. I just, missed it, so I probably should abstain.
All right. Karis will have that show that you abstained from that. Jay, I hope your connection gets better. Go ahead, Jessica.
Great, thank you. So one thing I just wanted to start with, just because I got an update email this morning, is that during COVID, I think that a lot of you all have been seeing a lot of the news about the unrest with our communities. And one thing we thought that would be nice for La Plata to do is show our police departments how much we appreciate them. We actually have a lot of our employees who are either married to or have children that are police officers in the communities of Archuleta and La Plata. So what we've been doing this week and a little bit next week is we're having staff deliver breakfast burritos and some lunches to all of the police departments. So that's over in Pagosa, Archuleta County, Ignacio, Bayfield, Durango. So they're hitting all of them, but it's really great because actually some of the employees who have spouses or whatever are also involved in delivering it. And so far we've been getting just a huge outpouring of thank you. So I just want to make sure you all know that we decided as an LPA community to just thank our police departments and sheriffs. So that's great. Jeannie Bennett, as always, is amazing and organized that event for us. So if you see her, give her a big thanks because she did a lot of work to make that happen for us. So that was just one highlight. The key performance indicators, there are 3 yellow on track to meet performance goal, but still items that we're watching. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to have, when we get into those blocks, each of the managers describe why that is a yellow. And then we also made one more change. This is an update to the SAIDI and SAFE graphs. And I will just explain that too and then open those up for questions. And that starts on page 26. What we've done is, this is a better tool that we felt for how to really look at the numbers in regards to our goal. What we had been showing in the past was accumulated goal, And so it didn't give you a good idea, and it didn't give us a good idea for planning purposes of what we're actually doing for SAIDI and safety. And so as you can see on page 26, the red line is the monthly goal of, it's kind of hard to read, so we may have to change how big those are. I apologize that. But it's a monthly goal of 6.08. And so that's the red line. And then the cumulative moving average is the purple or blue line or periwinkle, whatever you want to call it. But what that shows to us is that on average, definitely from last July, it's going down and stabilizing and even dipping below our monthly goal in May. And then June and July is pretty stable. Now, this is without major events, which is what MED stands for. So just want to clarify that. But it still does include storms. So like in March and December, it does include storms, but not major event storms, which actually have a classification that if you want to refresh on that, Jerry can bring that up. So again, that is a better way for us to actually look at how we're doing on safety. We can take that information and use it for what do we need to be continuing doing on the grid in regards to reliability. So one thing that Jerry and his team and Garrett are working on is definitely the fire mitigation. And so I brought this to you before, but we are taking a real hard look on all of our maintenance and making sure that we have bird protection, because I've mentioned before, the bird protection avoids squirrels and other raptors and birds from perching on that pole and then making a connection and then, catching on fire, really, and then falling on the grass and creating fires. That is actually one of the biggest ways for fires to start from our lines. So his team and Garrett's team are really working on that super hard and have been working on that since COVID. So COVID gave us the opportunity to really focus on the maintenance, which was excellent. So then the next graph on 27 is also the change. And again, that's showing us more, where's our monthly goal, which is 0.08, and cumulative moving average, and then our safety numbers. So you can see we had a spike in September, March, August, June. June was actually a spike because I believe it was the thunderstorms. Is that right, Jerry and Garrett? I'm pretty sure it was.
That's correct.
But still, if you can see the cumulative moving average, we are getting better and better, which is great. So I just wanted to highlight those changes and then see if folks had any questions. So I can open it up for questions.
Yeah, Rachel's got one. Go ahead, your hand up.
Thanks. It was just a follow-up to the kind of introductory comment. I apologize for my ignorance. Were you expressing kind of speaking to kind of the broader environment? Are you speaking to national events or local events or? Yeah.
Yeah, national events.
Okay.
Just where
All right.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks. And just to clarify too, are you asking for questions about the packet as a whole or just about these graphs?
The entire dashboard.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Kirsten, go ahead.
Yes, on the safety and SAIDI charts, when you talk about cumulative moving average, over what time? Is this a 3-month moving average or a 4-month moving average? I can't tell.
Nadine, you worked on this with Brad. Do you want to fill in the details, or Jerry may know, or Drew knows? Drew.
Yep. So the way that is calculated is that the average matches the first month in the graph. So if you're looking at the SAIDI graph, July, the average is going to be what the value is for that month, 15.07. The next month is the average, or the next average is considering the first 2 months. And so it goes on from there. So it's every month that is in this graph by the end.
From a operations standpoint, generally you might want to consider looking at your community moving average to be a little shorter, because you're looking over three 3 years or 2 years. So it's going to change very little over time. But if you did like a 6 month, you're going to be able to see. So it'll take out some of the noise. But right now you're taking out actually too much of the noise would be my recommendation to you. So think about that. My other comment is on the strategic, the first page of the package that it talks about the strategic goals. Well, one of the things it says is for the first of the 3 options that no further action on the partial contract. One of the things that I want to make sure happens is we know that there's been a stay or whatever it is until November on the ALJ and the PUC listening to what the ALJ said. My concern is if we wait till November to discuss the non-financial pieces of it, then when we get to November, we will be making a decision just based on one number without having looked at the other. So I'm bringing it up now. I don't know if there's a better time to bring it up, but since it's in front of my face, I want to talk about when are we going to do more discussion about the non-financial pieces so that we're ready in November when we get the financial numbers. Britt?
Yeah, I'm hearing you too, and I agree that we need to have a time where, in addition to looking at pure financial things, we are in a sense will be creating a matrix of whether it's so formal as we're scoring things or just a matrix of items to discuss or whatever. I understand and agree that that would be something that needs to be done. As to the timing of that, it's been so hard to predict what's going to happen when. But certainly, Kirsten, if you would send me an email too, that suggests that we do that at some point, it's one of those things we could actually put on the agenda. And if we don't have time, if we don't get to it, we just don't. But we keep putting it on the agenda until we do. So that's why I'm asking for the email, just as a reminder for me to stick it on the agenda. And I'll highlight that email. But I agree that we need to do that. Jessica, do you have any further comment on that concept of talking about the non-financial issues?
Yeah, so just to clarify on this, and maybe I'm getting confused, Kirsten. So are you saying on the partial contract one? Because you mentioned that in particular.
Hey, just a second. I muted again. Just a second. Okay. Yes, I mentioned the partial during the public committee of the whole that we had on Monday. There was a lot of discussion. Most of it was a monetary. So I think we need to consider the non-monetary on all 3 options. And we tend to go to the monetary because it's kind of easy. As hard as it is, it's easier than sometimes trying to quantify some of those non. So I misspoke when I said because of it's partial. It should be all 3 need to be considered. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I think so what we're doing right now is what we'd like to do for the board is really at some point have a committee of the whole again to look at what you mentioned, Kirsten, which is, okay, we picked out the partial contract monetary numbers and the graphs, but what are all the other aspects of soft benefits per se that aren't the financial, which I think you're getting to, that we need to talk about as well. But then also we are still in discussions with Tri-State on some form of the partial contract, which is what you've brought up before, of suggesting that there's still some wiggle room in that. So don't forget that component. And you're right, there is still wiggle room in that. I had a lengthy conversation with Dwayne Hiley last night about that. And so Dan is continuing to work with Pat Bridges on kind of a modified partial contract. So we would like to bring that to you as well. And also we did receive all of our refresh numbers and offers that we had asked for from the last board meeting. And so what we're doing now is we just got those. We're going to compile those, review those, and then put those in a presentation, and then host another committee of the whole to review all of them. And then what we'd like the board to do is make a short list and then bring those entities in to discuss that in person with you all. But at the same time, we're working with Dwayne's staff on this modified option so that we can bring those at the same time so that you can compare and contrast everything. Does that work?
It does to a point, as long as it's not so late in the game that the only real number that we have is going to be the ALJ number. Because if that's the only number we have, then it's only going to be a financial decision. I think we need to do it as early as possible, because even if you, whatever plan you're thinking about bringing to us, if we haven't already kind of pre-discussed and set some parameters about what's important to us as a board, and if financial is number one, then it's great. But if we don't have some other ideas about where our ranking is, then it's hard to figure out, well, how do we assess that new plan that Dan and Jessica just brought to us, or how do we assess the three that we have? So I would like to do a more conscious decision making around this, and not just wait until we get some numbers. So I don't want you to wait too long on getting that stuff to us, Jessica, because I think this needs to be done sooner than later so that we have parameters to assess what you bring to us.
And Kirsten, that was, of course, much of the point of the Monday's meeting. I know there is so much background information that one can't get to it all in an afternoon, and it has to be thought of and then perhaps rediscussed, and then some of the same things rediscussed again, sort of to, get them to sink in a sense. So that was part of the intent of Monday, and I agree that we have to kind of continue that as we see fit. So there may be a few more committee of the whole meetings coming up in the future than in the past, and each one of those we can look at some of this. But I would, again, perhaps disagree with you about Monday mostly being about financial stuff. The end of that was, but remember the earlier part, we talked extensively about reliability and the grid and the transmission and how all that works. And the point of that was so that we would get comfort on weighting, as you mentioned, which is a good way to work, ranking or weighting of some of the other issues that are not just financial. So, okay. And then Jessica, did you respond further?
No, I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, then we'll go on with other comments relating to the board packet. And the last part of that again was these graphs, but anything in the board packet. Tim, would you go ahead?
Yeah, let me just find my place here. Moving around. So under the member engagement section, page 30 in my packet. It mentioned a June 27th news release around LPEA restarted we restarted LPEA's disconnect procedures. And I just want to voice a concern that is that necessary at this time, considering this pandemic is still raging. It's not abated, it's actually gotten worse. And so it seems to me that the need is still there, perhaps could be even greater. So I would like us to perhaps revisit that a little bit. I'm not sure how that was decided. Underneath that, it says publicly launched LPEA's new key accounts program. And I'm just curious what publicly launched means. I haven't seen anything. Is that just you've gone to the key accounts to tell them this, or was there a, oh, yeah, I don't know. What's publicly launched mean? So 2 questions.
Sure. So I'll address the disconnect procedures. So that was based on the governor's. So as you recall, let me step back. We stopped disconnects voluntarily in March because we were getting member comments and concerns. And then the governor actually sent out an ordinance stopping all disconnects. Well, he's lifted it based on data and science from the state, saying that actually they felt, and these were their words, not mine, that the COVID was slowing down. And if you look at the numbers, it actually is slowing down. I just looked at them yesterday in the state of Colorado. So he lifted that ordinance and allowed people to start disconnects again. We actually delayed it until September 2nd. So we've delayed it, I think it was 2 months. And Hillary's team worked with Carl's very closely to make sure that we set up our members in the best way possible so that they would not be disconnected. And that's why we came back and asked for the 6-month extension for customers to get on those payment plans. And so that's the email that I sent yesterday to show you that we're actually, because of that, we have the lowest number now of members that are in arrears. And so Carl, maybe you can address that further. But we felt that now is the time to do that and start that. And again, with the new policy of 6 months, it's putting our customers in the best way possible so we have the least amount of disconnects. Carl, did you want to add anything to that?
I think you covered it very well, Jessica. The concept is that everyone with an overdue balance had the opportunity to be transferred to a payment plan. And really the disconnect is really just there for those people who enter into those payment plans and don't stick with them. That said, we will always encourage every member to call in if they're having problems and we can work with them. The disconnect has to be very much the last resort. But yeah, other than that, I think Jessica's covered it perfectly.
Okay, and Jessica, then the second part of Tim's question was the publicly launched LPA new key accounts program.
Yes, and we brought this to the board before. So we've already had a key accounts group for quite some time. It's not been formal. And what we've decided to do is we've really made sure that our key accounts group understands that their role, and we've enhanced it. So what that means is that, and again, I brought this up before, it's been some time, but we've taken our top about 20 customers that we have at the office or at the LPEA, and we've assigned them, and they've already been assigned, but we've just made it clear who is assigned to those customers. So I've gotten a lot of feedback from members stating that, like for instance, the hospital and the tribe, and saying they weren't clear on who to contact at the utility for rate issues, communication, solar. And so what we've done is we've created a concierge where those entities now only need to call one person at the utility to answer all questions. And so far they've loved it. So what we've done is that this was just making sure that our customers and members know about this. And as I mentioned to you all before, I met with the tribe last year and brought this concept to them. And so I will maintain that key account because of their trust treaty obligations and how they see government. But the rest of the key accounts are designated to address the hospitals, the counties, the sheriff's office, some of our large industrial customers, and even the small business customers. So that's what that is.
So thank you. And I wasn't questioning what the key accounts program was. I was aware that you had brought that before. I'm asking, what does publicly launched mean? That was my question. And so, does that mean that people who are businesses or whatever that are our customers know whether they qualify for a key account program or not? I'm aware of what you've presented before. I'm not trying to say you hadn't prepared us for that. I just was curious about what publicly launched meant and what does that imply? So.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. So yeah, that is, the key accounts already know who they are because they've been informed of this, I believe, for quite some time. But what it is that it's the key account manager going to those members and just reminding them that, hey, I'm your key account manager. And if you have any questions about anything related to LPA, you can come to me. That's what that's about. So publicly launched is just going out to the public and letting them know and reminding them.
Right. Does that provide guidance for businesses to know whether they should be a key account or just call up or call customer service? Or
no, this is just, we just reach out to our top 20 customers and let them know.
So it's top 20. By what?
I believe it's top 20. Unfortunately, Hillary's out on vacation, so I'm not sure what she landed on with top numbers. I'm trying to look that up.
it just seems to me it would be wise to provide some guidance around qualification for that program, perhaps, in that public announcement of some sort.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Joe Lewandowski, you're up next.
And we're taking questions on everything in the dashboards, correct?
In the dashboards, that is correct.
Because I have several questions, so they're probably mostly for Jessica, so you can answer them quickly. In the community and cooperative page, you mentioned you had a Zoom call with all employees after the board meeting, and I'm just wondering, were there any particular concerns that came up that that board should know about from staff?
I'll let Nadine chime in too if she remembers, but most of the questions were about COVID response, but otherwise, and when your people are supposed to wear a mask and when they're not supposed to be wearing a mask, just clarification on those items.
Okay.
Nadine, did you remember any others?
No, I would say that. And really, Joe, we just have an opportunity for people that, in case there are questions on the board meeting, for them to bring up. So there wasn't anything other than people asking what happened, what was decided, really wanting to know how it impacts them, but there weren't any concerns that we need to bring to you. But thank you for the question, and we'll keep that in mind.
Thank you. Also mentioned in here is looking at cyber vulnerabilities. Is this kind of a matter of course, or is there some real concern that, we've got some big open cyber doors? Or
great question, Joe. So it's always important for a utility that runs SCADA, obviously in utility, to do a cyber scan. Department of Energy asks for it, so does NRECA. And so yes, it's just the typical cyber hygiene routine thing. We did have a scan. We do have some items that we need to work on, which is normal. And it's just something that maintains our reliability function as a utility. We do not want some employee to click on a link and then we have a situation where they can infiltrate into our system, which they can, and get into SCADA and lock us down, which has happened, but not here, but other places. So this is our efforts to maintain reliability.
Okay, great. It says participated in FERC settlement meeting and meetings with like-minded stakeholders regarding the FERC and PUC cases. Is that something we're going to talk about in the executive session, or just wasn't sure what that meant?
This is just a standard process for now that Tri-State is FERC jurisdictional. Instead of us being able to go to the Tri-State board to express concern about rates, we now have to file at FERC as cooperatives and be involved in their discussions. So the settlement discussions is what I believe Matt explained a little bit last board meeting. In fact, he did, but he can refresh it again today. And it's just, can we all settle as a Tri-State community on the rates that they've submitted to FERC? So those are just standard procedure. In regards to just meeting with like-minded folks, it's other cooperatives that are also in that. There's many cooperatives that submitted concern to the rates that Tri-State submitted. And so we've talked about this before, that it's important that we coordinate our efforts.
Okay. And then I'm just wondering about, our looking at the, I guess our capital projects, the fire mitigation plan. Obviously fire's on a lot of minds right now. Is there anything to update us on, I don't know, miles of lines taken care of or anything like that?
Yes, Jerry and Garrett are working on that now. So they've been pretty preoccupied with getting many of our poles back up from the last fire. So that's taken some time, but it doesn't mean that we're not actively working on fire mitigation. In fact, they're working with some of our contractors and our crews now to bump up mitigation efforts to address fire mitigation. So they are going to be working on a fire mitigation strategy for the future.
Yeah, I guess I just don't think we can tell folks enough, you know, what LPEA is doing to keep that down. So thank you. On this, the 410 work schedule, and I'm just wondering, has it caused any problem? I'd love to be on 410s, but any problems, or what are you seeing there as far as, you know, efficiencies or non-efficiencies?
Yeah, I'll let Nadine jump in on that since she's been tracking some of that.
Yeah, so as far as employee morale, we've had wonderful feedback that they've really appreciated the schedule, like you mentioned, Joe. We've been really good at backing each other up, and I do think it's been one of the great impacts is that we're creating deeper bench in knowledge. So we're covering each other. So maybe somebody who was always a go-to is off on Fridays, somebody else is working Fridays, or vice versa. So that's been a great benefit, is that we're definitely increasing a broader knowledge in all departments. I would say that is like the biggest thing we've seen. We haven't seen, unless any of the other VPs can speak to it, anything that's fallen through the cracks. Everybody's really vested in it. And we do have different options. Some are on 410s, some are on 99s, and some employees 58s. So depending on the role and depending on the member needs, we're making sure everybody's covered.
Okay. And let me see, on organizational development, there's mention of a compensation analysis, and I'm assuming this is a routine thing that's done every couple of years.
Yes, it is. It hasn't been done, in my knowledge, for quite some time, so I'm really excited. And what's a little bit different, I have had it reviewed every year, but not reviewed exactly to job descriptions. And so that's what's different this year, is really looking at a specific job. What is the skills needed? What is the responsibility? And is it adequately compensated? So that's what's new this year, and I'm really excited about that, because positions have changed over time, especially with technology and going into the future. So
Obviously some budget implications down the road probably, so. Okay.
Yes, we'll see. You'll see how that goes, and so I'm really excited. We'll be able to present that. Hopefully, if there are budget implications, we will know by the end of September.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
That was quite a list, Joe. Thank you so much. Rachel, go ahead.
I have a very similar list, and maybe this is just a suggestion for the future, for the board, or when we review dashboards. Maybe Britt, could you facilitate, or Jessica, facilitate moving chunk by chunk?
I was thinking about that.
Okay,
too,
perfect.
We're jumping on. I think we'll do that in the future, but today we'll continue on this more shotgun approach.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Joe, I think hit on most of the questions I had. I do want to just reiterate what Kristen brought up. I know we came up with quite the laundry list, so I'm excited for those cows. And I think the questions that I had, there was one on the COVID relief fund. So just curious, I saw that only $200 had gone to small businesses. And just a clarification, are we encouraging small business or commercial customers to apply for that, or is it strictly residential?
Good question. Yes, we are, because our residential customers were not using it anymore. We opened it up to small commercial. And so I believe that 200 is just from one group submitting an application.
Awesome.
Carl, is there any other thing about that one?
Just to make the point that it was only recently opened up to small commercial. That's why there's so little at the moment, but I would anticipate that would grow.
Cool. And I imagine we got the word out to some of the representative organizations like the Restaurant Association, Local First. Okay, perfect. And then one thing, this is just a comment, because we keep, I think we're all trying to keep our finger on the pulse of where the community's at, and what, if any, interventions we can do to help support people as they move through COVID. And yeah, it's interesting because I realize we don't really have any metrics to gauge that. Is it possible we could just steal or borrow somebody else's local metrics slide, like a dashboard of economic health and well-being in cases? Like I know there's a group that meets on Thursdays, and it's they've been updating this dashboard with unemployment numbers, active cases, just some more information that might be helpful. I don't know, because it seems like I was just listening to Tim's comments, and it's like, yeah, how is our community doing employment wise, right? Not necessarily COVID numbers wise, and how does that impact things?
Yeah, and Rachel, I mean, that's a great idea, but I would suggest that our staff shouldn't be doing that. I would suggest that we use that from the local economic development council, which has been tracking that, and San Juan Business Alliance. So I think that you can get that information easily from them.
Cool. I guess I was just saying, can we just put it in our board packet each month? Their dashboard, not make anything new.
If the board so chooses for us to lift their dashboard, I mean, it's just one more thing for staff to do for the dashboards. It's a lot of work that goes into these, but if the board wishes for us to do that.
I'm not that familiar with what the communities, organizations have that's readily available, but perhaps
maybe it's just
you, Rachel, or somebody else it could be, if you would provide us a link, that link could be put in our board packet.
That's kind of all I was thinking.
Yeah, because then when we're going through, we could be thinking about that, click the link, research it more, and come back here. So that would be good.
I'll hunt that down. And then I guess two other quick questions. One was progress on town hall meetings. I forget. I know we submitted dates we were available, but have we moved forward with those at all?
So I'll have to punt that to Hillary, who's on vacation. So I will ask her to send an update on that.
Cool. And then last was just an operational question. I saw that for the FLC project, which is really exciting, a couple questions there. One, I saw that phase 1 is a 2 megawatt install because that's kind of, in reading the one line, it sounded like that's what they can do, but the project proposed was 10 megawatts. So is that something where it's like phase 1 based on our current contracts and current cap in 5% or something, and then they'll build out later? Or does that tie into anything?
Yeah, Rachel, I can answer that for you. You're right. We do have 2 megawatts of headroom right now through Tri-State's Community Solar Garden new policy. And I've told Fort Lewis that to make the real economies of scale work, though, they need to get something up around 10 megawatts. So we're trying to come up with some sort of interconnect agreement that says you can do 2 now, up to 10 later. So we're running engineering and designing this to be able to handle up to 10, knowing that there'll be 2 now. This is basically where that sits. And that, of course, we'd have to have, and they're very well aware of the constraints that we have today, and that there's no guaranteeing of getting up to 10 even at all later on. Okay. So they just want to make sure that it is capable of expanding to 10 in the future.
Gotcha. And then
I got a quick follow-up on that, Rachel, since we're on that one, if you don't mind me stepping in. Dan, would you say it's also fair to say there's no guarantee that they've actually got 2 as well, or is there something more that we're not aware of?
We have to, there's no guarantee this project's going to happen at all right now. We're still working through the feasibility aspects of it, but we do have headroom as LPA to do 2 megawatts. Does that answer your question, Brett?
Yes, we do have 2 headrooms, but it's not been allocated to anybody at this time.
That's correct. That would be a decision from you guys. You know, it's like, here, we'll bring a project to you and say, hey, here's, something that's being proposed. We've talked to them about that. They do know that that's something available to us. We've talked to a couple other members, but those projects don't seem to be moving forward. Then the real key to this is that it's a community solar garden. How do we want to handle this? Of course, Fort Lewis would like entitlement to that, and so we have some decisions to make, and we're going to discuss those in staff coming up here pretty soon.
And just to help really connect the dots there, Dan, I'm trying to remember where the new community solar garden thing came in. So does that, the 2 megawatts go under the 5% under policy 115, or it's outside of it, right? That's like their
Outside of
new
it, it's a
clause.
new policy, policy 119.
Okay. And then the only other question I had on that project was looking at the Red Mesa substation rebuild. And I know you guys, I'm sure, are thinking about this, but if we're doing that already, is there kind of anything exciting you can do in the rebuild to kind of get us geared up for some of these future things we've been talking about? And then I'm
Absolutely.
also curious, who pays for that?
Good questions. So we've had a Red Mesa substation in the past, and this was probably 15 years ago. It was decommissioned. And so really all that exists there is the end of a transmission line at this point. Now that you see those 2 red blocks in the sketch there on the page 37 within that picture. Those are the couple of proposed sites. Those are a couple of 100 acre blocks that you could put a 10 megawatt facility on. Our substation currently sits on Highway 140, just right between those 2 blocks, pretty much. Now, for 2 megawatts, we could probably get it to the substation with a distribution feeder. For the full 10, we probably would have to extend a transmission line out to where that site is actually located. But we certainly are keeping in mind of, how could this also help LPEA? We used to have a sub there, but we decommissioned it. It may not hurt to have something there, but as far as who pays for this, let's say we had no interest in putting a substation there, they'd pay 100% of it. If we look at that and like we are today and saying, hey, can this help us with reliability? Can this help us with grid of the future type of things? Anything along those lines, and we say, yeah, there's some benefit of a substation there to LPA, then we can help. We can try to work that into a capital projects budget of our own then.
Okay, Rachel, anything
Great.
else?
No, thanks all. Appreciate it.
All right, good. Kohler, would you unmute and go ahead?
Thank you. I have a few questions on a couple pages, and thank you for this dashboard. I find it very helpful. So on page 20, the key performance indicators, we have the financial health score. Could you just remind me what goes into that score, how you come up with that? And also on that page, under the equity, it has a year-to-date actual, which is actually out of range. It's 50.4, but it's still green. So is there a parameter that you're looking for that you have to hit before it switches to the next category or the next rating, however you put it? So that would make my 2 questions on that page.
Okay, let's stop there. And I think Carl would probably be the one to tell us about what that financial health score is. So go ahead, Carl.
Thanks, Carla. Thanks, Brett. The financial health score is essentially an amalgamation of all of the other metrics as in proportion to each other, and then the average of all of them. So where something is above the goal, it's above 100. If it's below 100. And then I averaged them out, and I think it was around 122.
Right.
If I recall correctly.
Yeah, 122.45.
Okay. So does that answer your question, Carla, or do you want the maths that go into
No,
that?
that does. I think you've answered that before. I just couldn't quite remember how we got to that point.
Well, it's slightly different. I mean, it's the same, and I should say math, not maths, because I'm in America, excuse me. Because the goals have been updated to reflect what you guys agreed last month, that we're looking at slightly different goals, but it's the same concept. 100 is on target, and then if we're at 122, then obviously on average we're on target. The point about equity is a very good one, because yes, we are above the range that was specified, although only just, but I guess that would be something. I look at that positively, but I guess if we have set a range of 45 to 50, really that should be orange because it's not in that range. or yellow. So if we're above the goal, yeah, I would, unless anyone has any objections, if that's the case next month, which I anticipate it would be, I would put that as a yellow because it is actually above the range that we specified.
Quick follow-up on that, Carl. What action would you take to get the equity within the correct range?
There's a few things we could do. The most obvious is to retire some capital credits, which is a subject we're going to come to shortly. The other thing you can do is to build up the asset side of our balance sheet, which that is more difficult because if you buy a plant, then plant increases but cash decreases. There's always an in and an out, but essentially the clearest thing to do would be retire capital credits.
Good, that's what I was aiming toward. Color, something else?
Yes, on the page of community and cooperative efforts, it's page 22. On the bottom half of those bullets, it talks about meeting with the Southern Ute, meetings with Fort Lewis, and meetings with La Plata County. I think it would be a little bit helpful if maybe we put in there who is doing the meetings. Maybe it's Grid Solutions is meeting with various members. It kind of gives more of a flavor of what the meeting might be. So just a suggestion that, and maybe it's the CEO is doing these meetings. I'm not too sure. So if you just take that as a consideration, that might just add a little more flavor. Thank you. That's all I have, Britt.
Okay, and Jessica, you got that last one. Is that something that would make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably put most of us though, because many of us are touching the tribe at different aspects during the month. And so, you know, it's been Grid Solutions, it's been myself, it's been our key accounts with energy efficiency, those kind of issues. And some of the things they actually don't want us to discuss publicly. The tribe is very private on many of their items. So I don't want to put too much information in there. I'm happy to fill in who, but many of those are a number of our staff making those touch points.
Okay, and that right there helped quite a bit. So now I have an idea. It's not just you meeting, it's all the different groups. Thank you.
All right, so a little bit better fill in on that one. It's requested. Color, is that anything else? Nope, so. Sue, go ahead.
Okay, mine is on page 30, and it talks about that we continue implementing communication campaign around the LPEA 2020 rates. And then it goes on to say that the open rates were 45%, 49%, and 56%. And I guess I don't understand what that means.
And you want to, I believe it's in the fourth bullet.
Nadine was speaking up too. I have an idea what it means, but I'll.
If you know what that is, and you take it.
Yes.
It's
So
the second
help me
bullet
if I'm
down.
off. But it has to do with what they are sent out. And so we'll spell that out exactly, but it's, you know, an open rate means the whole email's opened. If it's clicked, they just read the highlight, and we'll have Hillary fill that out, but that's what that means specifically.
Not my world of rates then.
No.
Okay, yeah, I was totally confused on that because it's like, without those percentages don't make any sense. And then the other questions I have are relative to the financial package. So I don't know if we want to wait on that one or if I should address those now.
Let's wait till financial aspect too, and we'll have Carl first give us a rundown, and then we'll have questions on that. So hold that question. All right, and then next is Bob Lynch. Bob, go ahead.
Thanks, Britt. I have just a comment and a couple questions related to, I think it's on 38, the EV sales. First, I'll mention and thank LPEA and the town of Pagosa and ChargePoint. The DC fast charge in Pagosa went live this week. That's kind of a cool thing to see that finally really happen. So everybody deserves credit for that. I did notice, and this will be one of my questions, the Colorado Energy Office has updated their EV corridor plan where they originally planned to get 33 fast chargers to connect the whole state, and they're only going to be able to get about 15 this year, including that one in Pagosa, one in Salida, et cetera. But it's concerning to me that they don't have Durango listed on their 15 that they're going to do this year. And I know that would bump up our curve a little bit there if we could get that one to go in. So I was going to ask Dan what the status of that one is and how that's coming.
Yeah, good question, Bob. There's certainly been some holdbacks on that corridor plan. As you know, ChargePoint won the grant for all the corridors across the Colorado, and there's been some, their agreements can be a little onerous for the host site. A lot of utilities. I'll tell you what made the one happen in our area is that time of use rate for level 3 EVs that we passed a few months ago. I've been told that if only other co-ops would pass similar rates, we'd have a lot more of these L3 chargers in place today. So kudos on that. But as far as Durango goes, we are evaluating some options. We, like I said, because of the onerous agreements, a couple of private host sites have backed out of it in Durango. La Plata Electric has teamed up with the city of Durango to do an EV readiness plan. You probably saw some stuff like that regarding that in the paper. And out of that plan, we have some ideas on what we think is the right path forward. We would like to have that incorporated into this plan and make sure it's all cohesive in one big plan, and that what we're thinking makes sense, does make sense. And I think we would prefer to have a private entity run a charging station, but if somebody doesn't step up to that, then we may have other items to consider as La Plata Electric if we want to move this forward. So once we have that EV readiness plan, which is due first draft in October, final draft in late November, we'll for sure have something. Then we can come to you and have a little more insightful discussion on that.
And in terms of that whole cost thing, ChargePoint got the big grant, so they have the chunk of money, but how are the costs then split, like in the Pagosa example of the town, LPEA, and ChargePoint? How are those costs shared to get that actually up and running?
Yeah, I think ChargePoint got a sweet deal out of the whole thing. They basically, it's the grant covered 90% of the expense, and ChargePoint's asking the host site to cover the other 10. Okay. And La Plata Electric, through Tri-State's rebates, is able to help the host site with some of that 10%. And so we did help the town of Pagosa towards that, and we would be able to help with an installation here in Durango as well.
Okay. And then just a couple of fun technical things. It's listed as being capable of doing between 62 and 125 kilowatts. And what controls that variable?
So it's if one or two cars are plugged into it. And so, and right now what's probably in Pagosa is not what ChargePoint promised would be out there. And I need to go look at it. Thank you for telling me it was live. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it says available on and even on the apps. Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to check that out because they were supposed to put something in there capable of delivering 150 kW. What ChargePoint told us is that model is not ready yet, and they were going to start off with a charger that was only available or only capable of doing, I think, like 100 kW, and then they would change it out once that model became available.
Okay, interesting. That's good. Hopefully Durango gets one before long. I think that'll help our chart there pretty quickly. And then just lastly, flipping back to Nadine, did you say some people are on a 9 nines? Because I hadn't heard that. Did I hear that right?
Yes, you did. So that means you have every other Friday off.
Okay.
And so that works really well, even especially for my team, so that we have coverage 5 days a week and we can all revolve through.
Okay. So that's, it's, the 410s are more what line crews are?
And there, it does depend on the role in the department. So the CSRs, who are member facing only, are all on 410s. Okay. And then, you know, some of Carl's team, there's options, and each team is making sure that the schedule works first for members and second for coverage. And so it really does, each team has got together and figured out how they cover each other. I believe Drew's, your whole team is on 410s and you're revolving through everybody. So it's really been good. People are able to choose, have some options and meet our members' needs first.
Well, I think it's great just to think out of the box a little bit about what a work schedule looks like and match the work schedule to the customers first, and then be beneficial to people who work here. So good job on all that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Bob, thanks. Next up would be Tim. Tim Wheeler, go ahead.
Thank you, Britt. Two things. One, just to follow up on what Bob said about Durango and the fast charger. Perhaps you've already had this discussion, but I would suggest maybe talking to the county. You know, they have a lot of property downtown, and might be a good potential cooperative thing there. Hopefully something like that would be downtown, because I think it's an economic driver to bring more people into the community. And anyway, just a thought. The other thing was around the discussion maybe Kohler kicked off around the question of the external meetings and list and who's involved. It strikes me as it might be helpful if in addition to the what's there, Jessica identifies which of those meetings she as the CEO are participating in specifically. That way we would know where the CEO is meeting with various people, and the rest could be assumed to be staff or staff and CEO. So just a thought. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can certainly do that. I do list all the meetings that I attend under the executive report though. So if you look at that, we kind of duplicate things a little bit, but I think what to take away from this is under the executive report, you know that I'm meeting with Fort Lewis College, and I say specifically to discuss partnerships and sharing best practices. I meet with the president pretty much once a month or often just to do catch up, just to catch up. Same with other CEOs across Archuleta and La Plata County groups. I'm trying to, at least. With COVID, it's very much slowed my ability to meet with those groups. So when you see under, and maybe we should take that out, under member engagement, we are duplicating some of those things because, for example, I've been meeting with the tribe on higher level partnership issues, just checking in with them, building the relationships, which doesn't always involve a topic. It's more of a relationship building item. But then I know that Dan is working with them on they're asking him specific operational questions. And so he's meeting with them on those things. So that's why you're seeing them in two places. But we can definitely maybe under member engagement is do what Kohler said is add more what divisions are meeting with these groups. And I will keep who I am meeting with under the CEO specific report. Does that work for folks?
I'm sorry, in your executive report, maybe it's just a clarification. You're indicating the list of all those are your participation.
That's correct. Under executive report on page 22.
Right. I thought when Kohler asked that question, he was referring to that, and that you answered that some of those were with staff and so forth as well. So if we can assume that this is a report of your meetings since the last month, that would answer that suggestion.
Yeah, and Kohler was referring to page 30, which I was saying is duplicating one of the bullet points, which means that staff has been meeting with those groups as well as myself.
All right.
I actually was talking about page 22.
Oh,
Media
okay.
Cooperative.
But I think we've got good clarity now, better understanding about what these 2 pages are and who's behind them. So that was helpful. I see that now, that your page, Jessica, is your page. However, the member engagement page are the things that are going on related to that.
Mhm.
Yes, that's
Okay.
helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, go ahead. You're up next.
Great, thank you, Britt. I just want to say that there's been some really fabulous discussion about the dashboard this morning. I really appreciate all the work that has gone into it and all the questions answered this morning. I'd also just like to mention that in reading about our overdue accounts and whatnot, and I appreciate the work that's done there, how it's been reduced greatly and people are being moved on to 6-month repayment plans. I did, in preparation for today, make a call to somebody here in town that I know that does administer the energy and utility assistance programs here for Archuleta County. And what she's telling me is far for utilities that their funds are not used. And typically at this point in the time of the year, they would be completely gone. She could not pinpoint whether it was the fabulous work being done by LPEA, if it was federal help, where that was coming from. But she did also mention that depending on the week, there's anywhere from 50 to 100% more food bags being issued to people. So people are hungry out there. We're not seeing a huge influx of applications for rental help right now, but the moratorium on federally backed mortgages and evictions has just expired. So going into next month, I just want to continue our cautious approach to making sure that we continue to support our member owners in the ways that start to become apparent. And I'm hoping that it continues a pretty smooth path, but just be cautious that people are still hungry out there.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, Kirsten, would you go ahead?
Thank you, Britt. Adding on to Holly's, in addition to the being able to evict people from federal housing expiring, also the $600 a week unemployment expired. So I think we are going to start seeing more people who are in more dire straits, whether they choose to use LPEA's programs or not, I can't figure out. So be interesting to see where it's definitely a moving target. I have a question on the executive report. Jessica, can you talk a minute about your meeting with Senator Hansen?
Yes. So the senator wanted to talk to me about RTOs. If folks are not following that discussion, in Energy Dive, there's been a couple dueling op-eds in regards to the Western energy imbalance that Xcel Energy and a couple other large public power utilities in Colorado are joining, and then White Tri-State and WAPA are going to the Southwest Power Pool. Hansen has an issue with an energy imbalance market, and there's many others that feel that the energy imbalance market is the way to go for a step one for regional markets. So for folks that don't know about markets, Regional Transmission Authority, or RTO operation, is where you can pool resources and then go on the market and go in and buy at clearing prices. So you go out and bid your power. And there are some philosophies around that saves you money. But there's also a lot of market manipulation in RTOs. It's been addressed throughout and across the US, and lots of FERC issues and investigations on RTOs. So in response to that, California created an energy imbalance market where you have a better ability to trade energy that you have excess. So you have to go into the market with enough energy, and then you can trade it from within. And the value of doing that is that instead of moving energy across large transmission lines, you can find an electric utility that would be interested in just using it, and then you would pay less for transmission costs. So since I've been involved in markets for a very long time through Bonneville Power, the senator called to ask my advice and input and discussion. So we're going to continue those discussions. And I know that there's a new California ISO CEO, which has just been announced. His name's Elliot Mainzer, and he used to be the Bonneville Power Administration's administrator. I've worked with him for over 20 years. When I was at Bonneville, he was a trading floor manager, so I got to know him really well, and now he's a CEO. So I'm also helping Senator Hansen make those personal connections, and actually spoke with Dwayne Hiley last night, and we talked about Cal ISO making those connections as well.
Excellent. I appreciate those details. You know, RTOs, there has been so much in the news lately, and figuring out what is the best route is really hard. I think anything to get us towards that. I would not want an imbalanced market to be the end all, because it's all, I believe, energy imbalance is all day ahead. And in RTO, having that immediate trading is important to me too. So thank you for those details.
You bet.
One follow-up on that, just to get some more understanding. Senator Hansen was trying to actually get a bill through in a session this year, but it seemed maybe almost difficult, partly because of COVID and partly because there just wasn't enough support or enough information or follow through in that. Do you have comments on that bill?
I would assume that he will try to do it again. And I think that's why you're seeing these dueling op-eds in regards to RTOs, is because he's already gearing up for that kind of work. It is a tricky issue, as Kirsten mentioned. EIMs, they are trying to move to a 5-minute market, but that's hard. But I think what the issue with the EIM is that you actually have to bring load with you, versus an RTO, you can go in with a load deficit and go find load at the lowest clearing price. Although Dwayne told me last night that power on the market is costing $1,700 per megawatt. That is really high. FERC has capped the megawatt price that you can actually charge people at $2,000 because of Enron. So if you guys remember, I worked for Snohomish PUD, who went through Enron, and we were paying $5,000 per megawatt hour. And they found that it was through market manipulation, so we got most of that money back. So that's why FERC has capped it at 2,000. So if you think that Dwayne was telling me that Tri-State is selling their energy on the market for $1,700, they're making a lot of money in the month of July because it's so hot. But with the RTO in those markets, that's why that is, to Kirsten's point, it does provide some advantages, because then Dwayne's ability to go out and post that energy somewhere is remarkable. But if he had excess energy, then the EIM would work well too, and he could post it there. So yeah, it's a fascinating concept that I'm sure we'll get involved in the future.
Jessica, on Monday, we actually pulled up the Western Energy Imbalance Markets website that shows you the real-time 15-minute and day-ahead pricing, just so that we could show that we are getting something more than just the normal boring fixed prices during these hot weather times. So just again, to be clear, yes, at times the prices go skyrocketing like that, but that's not all the time by any means. The averages over the year are what still allows the wholesale providers to offer good rates.
Well, that's right. And Dwayne also said last night that which we saw, the flip also exists, where if we're low deficit and these high temperatures, we could be getting close, then he has to go out and buy that month, the 1,700 on the market. So it really depends on how much load you have in excess, and how much your customers are using, but no one can ever tell. You can't predict these things. So
I think except in heat waves like this, it's going to go up. Otherwise, yes. Okay.
Hey, Britt, this is Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to follow up on the RTO bill. So Intermountain, which is a non-tri-state member, was taking the lead to push that bill forward, and Tri-State was opposed to it, to Intermountain's surprise, because Tri-State had been in favor of an RTO until Xcel backed out of the Western proposal. And I know Intermountain, and maybe Kohler can speak to it, or even Kirsten, was having friendly conversations with Tri-State, and I think they were coming to some form of agreement, and then COVID hit, and when that hit, and of course the session was interrupted, it was not a priority to move that bill forward in this session. But that was a history of the bill from CREA, and that there was negotiations with Intermountain Tri-State to come to some sort of agreement to push that bill.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. So Joe Lewandowski, you've got the floor now, so unmute and go ahead.
Just wanted, Senator Hansen, is he Colorado State Senator? I don't know who he is.
Yes, he is a Colorado State Senator.
And representing, is he from Montrose, or where is he from?
No, Jack would know better, but he represents more East Slope, Colorado. He used to be a representative, and then there was a spot that opened, and so there was a special election, and he won. And he also sits on the energy committees. So pretty high-profile senator in the state of Colorado that works specifically on energy issues. And Jack may have more information on that.
Yeah, he works on energy and water issues. He has a doctorate. He was a representative in one of the districts in Denver, and then there was an opening, as Jessica mentioned, in the Senate, which he was appointed. And I'm not sure what that district represents, but you could probably find that on the webpage or on CREA's manual for representation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more discussions on this area that Jessica's been addressing and the division dashboards before we go on to the financial part? There's the word I was after. Anything else? Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and ask Carl to step up now and give us a summary of the monthly financial report. And that report starts on page 41 of our 140-page packet is the table of contents. And on page 42 at the bottom are where Carl puts together a nice monthly summary, if you will. So Carl, go ahead and give us the highlights and anything else you'd like to point out.
Before I start, it was suggested that we put something up on the screen regarding like a summary. So I was thinking, you know, the middle of the commentary page that shows the comparisons between actuals and budget. Unless anyone has any objection to that, it doesn't contain any confidential information. I was going to put that on screen while I spoke.
That would be good.
Okay. Okay, so are we all seeing that?
Yes.
Excellent. So the first half is just the basics of where we are in terms of sales and margins. For the year to date, at July 31st, we are just over $800,000 in operating margins compared to a budget of $93,000, which is obviously a very nice positive variance. This is driven entirely by reducing our overhead, reducing our operating expenses. As you can see, they're at $20.3 million. The budget was 22.2. We're also under what we spent last year, which, considering the activities that in terms of alternative power supply options, I think is commendable. Our gross margin, the 21.1 million, is obviously lower than last year and lower than budget. Residential sales remain strong and robust, but we do have some dip in significant in industrial sales and in smaller commercial. But so our kilowatt hours sold are 528 million compared to 566 this time last year. Some of that was due to the very mild winter that we had, but the effects of COVID are obviously a significant factor. If we dive down to the metrics, you'll see that we have a yellow highlight of these are the new, before I go into that, these are the new goals. So it no longer says interim goal. These were the goals that were agreed by the board last month. So top one, operating margin as a percentage of revenue, we're at 1.33%, which is over the goal of 1%, which was agreed for the 2021 budget. We're looking to increase that, as we mentioned, in 0.5% steps. One where we have not quite met the goal is in our cash reserves as a percentage of operating costs. Main reason, well, the almost exclusive reason for that is in July, we make our quarterly debt payment to CFC, which is in excess of $2.5 million. And I can advise you that as of today, the 19th of August, we are back over 16%. So this is a temporary, this is going to be something that you see because of those quarterly payments. When those quarterly payments are made, we may dip below that goal. Everything else looks to be in good shape. One thing you'll notice is our equity is being put at under 50, which is correct. So I think there may have been a disconnect from this to the dashboard. So I apologize for that. I thought this was sent as is, but I may be wrong. So I'm being foolish, and I am showing you a spreadsheet that I was working on to show you what the equity percentage would be after a capital credit retirement. It is 50.4, and it is correct in the dashboard, so apologies for that. I used the spreadsheet rather than the PDF because I could get a bigger screen, and I shouldn't have been working on something that I'm presenting to you. So let me that should be the 50.4 that you saw. Apologies for that.
Would Carl, would any of the other numbers be affected, or is that the only one you were messing with?
That would be the only one.
Okay.
So let me just, you'll see here, it's me. There we go. Apologies for that. So with that in mind, the comment I would make before opening to questions is we have significantly cut our operating expenses. And at the point, I just want to reinforce that point, that that's not sustainable in the long term. I think we'll see some catch up over the next few months, especially as Jerry's and Garrett's crews work more and more on the maintenance side rather than on the capital improvement side. And we're also aware that we cannot be putting off the training of our staff forever. Obviously, we have a very well-trained and very experienced staff, but things are always changing. We need to keep up with that. And I've approved a few training requests. Jessica has also over the last week or so, and that will continue. Obviously, these are going to be remote trainings, not travel. So with that in mind, do we have any questions?
Okay, Carl, why don't you go ahead and keep the spreadsheet up there in case there's questions on that. We'll see how that goes. And the first one is from Kirsten. So Kirsten, unmute and go ahead. Thank you.
Sure, Carl. A point about the 50.40 equity percentages. That does round to 50%. So you're still good. You're still green in my book. And thank you so much for making the point of this is not sustainable. One of the things that we're going to need to do going into 2021 is I would see that the summary income statement, you're probably going to have to keep a YTD 2019 and a YTD 2020 because we should hopefully be looking more like 2019 next year than we will be looking for 2020. I don't know if you're familiar in Colorado about Tabor and debrucing, but one of the things that happens in Colorado is if you shrink your budget, you don't get to unshrink it. And I want to make sure that we understand that this is not sustainable at this shrinked budget, that we need to be able to grow it back so that we can keep our services running. Thank you.
Okay. Rachel, you're next. So if you'd unmute, go ahead.
Yeah, one quick question. So Carl, on page 50, I was just curious if that, because it's in July, so there's a line item that says revenue per kilowatt hour sold. Does that include, it's based on the inclusion of the new rates, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then my other question was, I don't know, it's maybe a little bit bigger, but I was just noting, as we've kind of been eating away at our final legal that we've budgeted for the year. And one of the things that we had pause around was, when Tri-State moved to FERC, everything has to go through FERC. FERC attorneys cost more, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm kind of curious, since we've now had to do these settlement cases at FERC, or settlement proceedings, excuse me, who does those? So that's outside of finance. And then how much has it been costing us a lot more? I don't know, I'm just kind of outside of all the things we're doing, just like now going to FERC, just for basic things. Do we have any sort of understanding of what that might cost us annually?
Rachel, that's a good question. Yes, we are, as I mentioned before, now required to go to FERC because Tri-State has become FERC jurisdictional. It does cost us more. And we cannot use Shay as our attorney because she's conflicted out with the PUC filing, at least for that one, because I believe that they're linked. And so, but regardless, we have been using Matt because the cases have been so linked together.
But in terms of expenditures, at this moment, I haven't seen anything vastly in excess of what we've been seeing previously.
Okay.
Obviously, we're keeping track of it.
Okay. And then I guess this one, it does just link to kind of bringing back a conversation from the past, which I know that LPEA staff had been looking at hiring in-house counsel as an option because there were all these things coming up, right? And then COVID hit and we went on a hiring moratorium. And so just a quick check-in on that. Where is that still a moratorium, or is that coming back to the forefront of something to look into?
No, that's another good question. Because we have been asked to work on some broadband issues with the tribe, Shay has also had to recuse herself. And so now we have to obtain an attorney to watch those issues. And also we have a lot of land use and easement concerns that we need an attorney to work on as well. And then because of the conflict out with the PUC. So we found that working with our staff, they feel that we also could use an in-house attorney, like I mentioned before, to help us with a lot of the work that we're contracting out for consultants that would save us money. So yeah, we are proceeding with that. And actually we have interviews, I believe at the end of this month. Is that right, Nadine? Things are going so fast for me.
Yes, you're right. I couldn't find my unmute button under Carl's spreadsheet. Yeah, we have interviews scheduled for that position.
At the end of this month starting, or when would they start?
It would depend. We're starting the hiring process at the end of the month. So there's a lot of factors that go into so we don't have a start date scheduled.
Okay, thank you. All right, Rachel, anything else?
Just one follow-up from that, because I know staff was moving forward on that direction, and the board, we kind of didn't come to any sort of conclusion. Would we want to, is there a way to join forces on that, or do we keep this division, or not division, but a distinct board attorney and a staff attorney? Is it, given that hirings moving forward? Is it too late to continue that conversation at all? Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a little outside of this, but I believe from where we went before in the conversation is that Jessica is responsible for her staff and who's in it. If they do hire an attorney at that time, we will probably, in a sense, interview that attorney and decide if we want to use them or not. That's kind of where I left it, but probably best to not talk much more about that now because we're to focus on the financial stuff.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Tim, if you'd go ahead.
Thank you, Britt. Two things. One, just a comment about attorney and naming. I think we should refer to it as hiring a staff attorney rather than in-house, because I don't really want Shay to be called the outhouse attorney. So hopefully we can make that staff attorney rather than in-house. The other thing, and Carl, I apologize, I'm not trying to surprise you or anything here with the question on the financials, and I should have caught this at the F&A committee meeting. This question is, which is, since we are booking labor to capital projects, and that's provided us a below budget sort of savings at the income statement, I just wonder, that's not really, in fact, that we have reduced wages costs for the company, but it's a booking. And that if we, at some point next year, ended up having less wages booked to the capital line, and therefore depreciated rather than expensed all at once, there's some risk that we might end up with a budget breaker next year. And am I correct in that? Is that a caution that we should be aware of?
That would be correct, Tim, and that's why in my budget assumptions, I'm not saying that we will be booking labor at the same rate as this year to capital projects. I'm reducing that, although it would be higher than in 2019. It's kind of a compromise number. The savings really come from where you would be normally paying an outside contractor to do that, which would be more expensive than doing it in-house.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, Sue, would you unmute and go ahead?
Okay, I have a couple questions. One, Carl, I had sent an email last night asking about our equity position without the tri-state capital credit. Do you want to give that to us?
Sure. So if we were to remove the tri-state portion of our equity percentage would reduce to just under 33%.
Okay. And then the other question I had was on back to the PPE loan that we got. I believe it was $1 million that we had gotten. And after 6 months, we're supposed to get that back if we actually hired back employees or used that for employment cost. Will we get that money back? Refresh my memory as to where we will be putting that. If it'll show up on our balance sheet, or is that going to go into the reserve fund?
So we received $1.9 million in PPP funding, which was 100% used to cover wages, and the requirement is 70%. So we have met the criteria, and they have now opened the process for applying for forgiveness on that loan. So we are working on that and should be submitting before the end of the month. We're being advised by a tax partner at BKD, our auditors, just to ensure that we dot our I's and cross our T's. Obviously such a large amount being involved, but I don't foresee us having any issues whatsoever in having our loan forgiven. At that point, this would be represented on our income statement as non-operating revenue. And I would hope that we can be recognizing that before the end of 2020.
Okay.
Then, sorry, Britt, follow up to that, that if it goes into non-operating revenue, then our bottom line will show that we have that 1.9 million in capital credits, equity. Is it
Yep, that will roll into equity, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay, thank you. Joe Lewandowski, go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, just kudos to the staff for all the budget trimming. I have no idea how they're doing it, but it's pretty impressive. Second thing is I'm a little confused. Kirsten mentioned Tabor, and we're not connected. We're not hooked into Tabor at all, are we?
I don't believe so. I think Nadine and I have been talking about that, and she mentioned, I'm sure that's a government-only thing, and it doesn't cover us.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to clarify that. And go ahead.
I was just going to confirm that we're not under Tabor.
Okay. And then just quickly on the attorney, I'm glad we're moving ahead on that. But and just a comment, I think our contract is coming up with Shay's firm here soon, I think. So I'm assuming we'll have discussion on that fairly soon.
Yeah, I actually, Joe, got that contract, so I could be aware of it. I don't have it in front of me now, but that is something we can discuss later. Is there anything else related to the financial report? And now that Carl is up, and Carl, you can go ahead and drop your screen if you will, so I can see everybody. And Jack Turner got his hands up. So Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Fred. A couple questions, and one was really a follow-up to what Rachel had said, and I had thought where she was going, but I'll go with it. To Jessica, in that we knew earlier that with Tri-State going FERC regulated, and you mentioned that earlier in the meeting, Jessica, that we would have to go directly to FERC, and so that we were already seeing increases in expenses because now that's what the avenue or the venue we're having to follow. I don't know if that's being tracked, but I think it's really important to track, and it goes to what Dan's presentation was Monday and what we're missing, that I think we need to account for the additional expenses we're having to use when we are now having to go through FERC. So I think having an understanding of what the extra cost now that we have to go to FERC is going to be important. That's my first comment, and I'll just wait for the second comment or question.
Yes, Jack, we are tracking that. The attorneys are, they're gonna, I believe they're already parsing it out, but I just even sent an email to Carl and Matt, making sure that they're clear and so that we can track that, the different costs.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's going to be important. And I think it's also in regard to Dan's presentation Monday about missing, that we also include those expenses as part of our weighing, ranking as to what option is going to be best. And then the second thing kind of it's more related to that, what's missing again, and I'll just speak to it since it is financial, that, when I did mention Monday about Pat Bridges saying the impact of the debt on us is going to be raise and lose our patronage. Sue reminded me that although we do get that yearly patronage from Tri-State, it's mostly a paper document, and that with the concern with Tri-State's debt and what that patronage is worth at the end of the contract, especially with the debt, that also might be something. I know it's going to be a hedge or a guess, but that I have a sense myself that that dollar value as a paper value is going to be less than as a dollar value, the actual dollar value, and that we also need to include that as an estimate in what's missing when we start doing those weighing options. So that may be something Dan and Carl have a really good homework project to do. So that's that comment. Thanks.
Well, Dan did have in his spreadsheet an estimate, which of course will be changed as we learn more about how much patronage capital we will get back each year from Tri-State, which is in a way is just lowering the rate slightly. The other part to your question, was thinking to myself, how would you account for that? And that's the fact that we have on our books 75 million that we may or may not get back, and how if you stayed with Tri-State, it's still there on the books. I don't, we'll think about that. I hear what you're saying, Jack. I've got it in the back of my head. We'll think about that. So appreciate it. Okay. Any other questions on the financial report? All right. So thank you, Carl. We'll end that. And the next thing that's on the agenda was actually going to be a staff presentation on member district boundaries. Now might be an adequate time to take a break, or we could do this and then take a break, but we're going to do about a half hour in here somewhere. Does anybody, what are sort of the feelings? Should we just jump into the break? Or I'll ask Jessica, is Don Short ready now, or would it be better if he came back in half an hour?
Drew, I believe he's ready now. Is that right?
Yeah, we're ready either way.
Okay, let's see. Anybody who wants to go right now, put your thumbs up with Don. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like those who would 6. All right, that's enough. Let's go ahead with Don Short and we'll take a break as soon as we're finished with this.
Okay, then. I guess I can, do you see me at this point? Or should you see me?
We can hear you, Don. We're not. Your video is
yeah.
probably not turned on, but probably more important than that is you sharing your screen. Unless.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and share my screen and let's get this.
As a graphics guy, you should have a good photo up there.
What's that?
As a graphics guy, you should have a good photo up there, I think.
Well, I should, but I guess I'm not as adept at all you guys like doing this like everybody else.
Yeah,
so.
Zooming is a little different for sure. We can see your screen now. It's just jumped to be a full screen, so it's looking good. So go ahead.
All right, good enough. Well, again, my name is Don Short. I'm the GIS Services Specialist here at La Plata. I've worked here for the last 24 years. And most of that time I've been in the GIS realm doing various tasks and that sort of thing. So today we're going to kind of look over the districts and see if there's any improvements that we could possibly do to help improve what we've got going on out there. To begin with, we'll start out with policy 102. This is kind of a brief synopsis of that policy as well. And probably the thing that I want to point out here is part 10 of this, where every year annually we try and review the districts to make sure that we're in compliance with everything. And I don't know why that jumped to that, but anyways, within compliance with this article here, Article 3, Section 3 of the voting districts. Probably the emphasis here on this slide is that we're looking at the members and trying to keep the members as equal between the districts as we can. Of course, an equal number of directors as well per district. And if changes are made, then we need to have have a look at it before, let our members know that there's changes to be made. Why is that going that way? Okay, so that we can keep it equal and Also, let's go into this slide here. This is jumping around on me, and I guess that's because it's set up that way. But so this is a look at our current districts that we have today. And one of the things that we want to do today is to kind of look at the descriptions and see if there's any improvement for that. I'd like to kind of concentrate on districts 2 and districts 4 versus the 1 and 3, because I think 1 and 3 have probably a pretty good thing going on there, and the members are established and fairly equal compared to District 2 and District 4. So with that in mind, looking at the description of District 2 here, it states that it's basically covered by, or is an area not covered by the other 3. Therefore, we can go into District 4, and as you see, a little more lengthy of a description here. It's referencing a point in Township 35, Range 9, Section 31. This is a point that's about 1,500 feet to the south, starting from the north border, and then moving east about 1,100 feet to come up with this point. And then from that point, a line drawn due north and due east to identify the boundary between 2 and 4. This is an arbitrary line, or a line that isn't very visible out there in the real world. It's hard to identify. There's even some cases where this line cuts through properties of some of our members and makes it hard. Here is a slide that visually kind of depicts that. We've got, as you can see, the section there. You can see the line going north and going east. It really doesn't follow anything. It doesn't even follow a township or a range on this, or a section line. So this leads us into some of the problems here. The first one is the boundary between 2 and 4 is not really a physical boundary. It's just a line. It's hard to identify out in the field. Number 2 is our members can't easily figure out which district they're in, because they really can't see it. It's not a road. It's not a river. It's not something out there that you can physically look at. Therefore, looking at 3, even the description is hard to understand. When you're trying to read that, it requires a little bit of knowledge of township, range, and section. A topo map would be handy as well to look at to see exactly where this point is and how the lines are being drawn. Some of the other considerations that we looked at is trying to keep the count between the districts as equal as possible, especially between 2 and 4. Here's the counts as you can see right now. And also we wanted to look at any features or any boundaries that could be incorporated with features to identify 2 and 4 a little better. So moving on to the option that staff has looked at and we'd like to propose to you today. Again, we looked at a lot of different things, but I feel like this is a pretty good option for this year as far as reviewing the districts. Basically, that option would be using highways 160 and highway 550, as well as Hermosa Creek coming off of highway 550. So in other words, going east, we would start off by the city limits, due east following 160 to the border of the county, and then north, we would use highway 550 coming off of the city limits, going north to the bridge where Hermosa Creek crosses, and then going on and following that northerly to the edge of La Plata County. This gives, this option gives our members some physical features to go by. They can see that if I'm on the north side of 160, then I'm in District 4. and that sort of thing. Or if I'm on the east side of Hermosa Creek, I'm in District 4, that sort of thing. Also, we looked at the counts. The counts have improved on that. I know there's some numbers that have changed from district to district, but the count is looking pretty good on there. Here is a slide showing the option and the counts for that option. I believe in an earlier slide, it showed where the current member count was about 600 member gap between 2 and 4. In this slide, you can see that the member gap is about 350, which is an improvement over what we've had in the past. The other thing to look at is to make sure that all of you as directors are in your respective districts, and this is all looking good here. And to kind of sum things up, I'll leave this slide up. Again, this is the proposed option with the boundaries along 160, boundary along 550, and also Hermosa Creek. The counts in white are the option numbers, and in the gray are the current count for District 2 and District 4. So I guess to sum it up, thanks for the opportunity to go and review the districts for this year. I think the proposed option really works out very well. We've been able to create some boundaries between 2 and 4, which are physical boundaries that our members can see. And we also have improved on the count between the districts, not only 2 and 4, but also District 3 and 1. It brings all those numbers a little closer together. I feel at some point there's going to need to be a change. I don't know if it's going to be this year. Of course, we can go with this option. You could not do anything at all. And it's kind of up to the board to help determine this. So I guess with that in mind, I'm going to open this up for discussion and any questions.
Okay, Don, thanks so much. That was really interesting, really great. Go ahead and leave the screen up and I'll start going through people who have their hands up. But before that, for the rest of the board, at this month, at this time is informational suggestion and a staff recommendation. We will put this on the agenda for next month to actually take action on this or any other action related to the board districts, because we have to each year approve the districts going into the elections ahead of time. So it'll be on the agenda next month to take action. So Kirsten, if you would go ahead and unmute and ask the question.
Thank you. I appreciate this work. It's very helpful. So the line between District 4 and 2 used to be based on PLSS, so the township section kind of thing. And you said that that was still dividing up properties. So some properties would be both in 4 and 2. Can you tell me whether that situation got better or worse by going away from PLSS?
Actually, it wasn't on the PLSS. This line was drawn from that point. That's 1,500 feet to the south and 1,100 feet to the east from that township range and section number 31. So it really, it doesn't follow the township range at all, either north or east or west. It was a line, I believe, and you know, I've been here for 24 years, but I haven't exactly been privy to all of how the districts were drawn, but it probably was there to help equalize the members at that time. However, to get to your question, yes, it has improved because there was a 600 member gap there between 2 and 4 at the heavy side on District 2. Right. And now we've reduced that down to about a 350 member gap on there to help with that, the number of members between the districts.
Oh, sure. I understand the benefit of reducing the gap. I guess what I was asking, and you're right, since it's not truly on a section line, it's going to, almost by definition, going to be splitting property. Does the 16550 split make fewer properties be both District 2 and 4 than what was happening before with that kind of imaginary 1,000 meters to the left of the section line?
Mm-hmm. I would imagine there's probably some cases where the Highway 160 or 550 does split properties. I think the benefit here is that their home is going to be on one side of the road or the other, and therefore make it a little easier for them to determine. Okay, I'm living here. I'm on the south side of 160, so I'm in District 2. As before, it was, I don't even know where that line is. You know, it goes through my property, I guess, but it's hard for me to even myself in GIS. I would have to look at that and go, well, I need to go draw this out before I can figure it out.
Right. Okay, so we need to figure it out, and of course they'll know by who they get a ballot for in the mail, and then there'll be some sort of communication. You said before that there were for sure some issues with splitting property, and you said, when I asked about it, you said you imagine that there would be some with 16550. So does that mean that it's not one of those things that you looked at, or that because of the clearer demarcations, you think it's not as much of a point?
I'm going to jump in real quick too to clarify. And the splitting of properties doesn't make any difference in which district you're in, Kirsten, unless we're on miscommunicating here some way. It's where the meter is located, and that's typically at your house. So why were you, Kirsten, and I'll ask you before we go on with Don, is why were you concerned about the splitting of the properties?
Because he brought it up as one of the points of why it was bad the way it was. So if it was splitting the property was an issue before, I want to understand if this helps splitting the later. If it's not an issue, that's great. Then let's move on. But it was brought up as this is one of the problems with the original lighting lines.
And actually, the clarification there, the problem was particularly during the elections and the run-up to the elections. People didn't know along those lines which district they're actually in, but more important than the homeowners of the meters, it was people who were trying to talk to other people or understand whom they should send information to. It became a real problem in trying to figure things like that out by people who weren't as much living in the houses. But Don, if you'd go ahead and talk about splitting the properties, if that problem with that, if there is any.
Sure. I guess that it was looking at the line and having looked at it before, trying to determine where a member was on one side of the line or the other. Because it was kind of a line that just went due east or due west, we just had to kind of draw it out. And in some cases that did split up the properties. You know, you've got, for example, you could have a meter pedestal out by the road and not by your house, and that property could split the two where your house could be on one side or on the other. Now, I don't know if there's any cases out there like that. I think my point was between splitting the properties was really to help our members kind of understand or have a better understanding of where they are, which district they were in. If they're on one side of the road, they know that they're in a particular district versus having a line there that, well, I think the line goes through here, that sort of. I would also like to mention on that is that in years past, we have had an application that we have put it onto our website, and this application allowed our members to input their physical address in and actually zoom to a point where their meter was located. And at that point, they could click and determine which district they were in as well.
Great.
Really, I think more importantly is being able to, when you're talking to your neighbor or something, you could say, well, I live on this side of the road, so I'm in District 4, and you live on that side of the road, so you're in District 2, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is more important. It had just been brought up as an issue. I just wanted to follow it in for the recommendation. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, good. Jack Turner, you're up next. So if you unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. Just a point of interest and a couple comments. One regarding what Kirsten had just said. In District 4, as it currently stands, if you notice in the southwest corner, there's a little bit of what I would say an oasis of District 4. It's on 160, and it's a mobile home community about a mile from the bridge. And it's totally separated from District 4. It's bordered by the city. So that, even though I enjoyed going and knocking on their doors, it didn't make really a lot of sense that that's in District 4, isolated from the rest of the district. And then I think that the biggest issues were, especially on Hermosa and Junction Creek, is that it was separating communities. And so, and through, I think John's opponent, his meter was on District 2, but his barn was on District 4. And it kind of created confusion within that community, why one was in one district and not in the other. So I think trying to make those whole is a good deal. There's the issue on Florida Road with the city and District 4 that we have those issues and they want to look at in the future. The thing where it is an issue that when we looked at this a number of years ago, if you remember, I think Britt and Bob were on the board, possibly Dan, or Kohler, that the 160 divides Bayfield. And it didn't, and that is something that we got more resistance from is dividing Bayfield up. And so I think that's something that we do need to, even though I like Don's argument about one side of the road or the other, dividing up the community of Bayfield didn't go over very well back then. And so you might want to look at an option that includes all of Bayfield in one of the districts, but I think that may be where we do get most resistance. Thanks.
Okay, Don, any comment about Bayfield?
Sure. Jack, I think that's an excellent point. That has been a point of contention. We've worked with the numbers going both ways, and every time I put all of Bayfield into one district, then it reverses the numbers in the other district, and that's a tough one. It does break apart Bayfield. I don't know. I haven't found a solution yet that really allows for all of Bayfield to be put in to one district or another, other than our current situation. That would help the numbers look a little better, and also find a physical feature out there that might help identify the two districts. So I'm definitely open to any other ideas. I know that we have done in the past as well, trying to look at maybe using the township range and section, or the township and range lines, but I think we run into problems with that as well. So
one thought. Oh, sorry, Don.
Go ahead.
One thought maybe, and this is just a grab in the air, is because there's the the defined business district in Bayfield. If that is separating the business from the residential, I don't know, like I said, it's a big grab in the air, but that may be one way to balance it out. But who knows? I just don't know what kind of feedback we'll get in separating Bayfield at all. So but I appreciate you acknowledging that there is a contention, and maybe it is just knowing one side of the road, what district you're on. But thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty clear when you talk about 160 north or south. And from growing up in Bayfield, of course, the time I grew up there wasn't any Bayfield north of 160, so it wouldn't have been a discussion. But that also lends it to some thought that, there really is two communities. There's the old Bayfield, and then there's the new Bayfield. I don't know if we'll get resistance to splitting that. We're not drawing a line through Pagosa where there's now downtown and uptown Pagosa. It'd be a similar thing, but it may work out fine in the fact that it's the new Bayfield and the old Bayfield. And if you're running a line on 160, it might work out real well. Tim, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Britt. Thank you, Don, too, for the work you did here. And a cogent proposal. As a director in District 4, it has been something that constituents have asked me about, both in my election and other directors' elections. It's like, how do I know which district I'm in? And personally, I think the ability to provide clarity on known landmarks, like you've suggested, might outweigh the, any potential issues in splitting a community like Bayfield in the process. I think people are more concerned about how do I know which one I'm in, not entirely, but often, than whether I want to be in another one or not, right? So it's about identifying where they're at. So I'm pretty supportive of this. I will say, however, that just to throw us all a wobble a little bit, my interest would be to look at how could we make 3 districts instead of 4 and reduce the number of directors to 9 instead of 12. And we could, with a new redistricting, taking that into account would be a reduction or a change in the districts we could do without having to make a bylaw amendment. So I throw that out there as a future suggestion for the next year. I think this seems like a very reasonable thing. And again, it's something my constituents have asked for, and I think I've asked for. How could we look at this? So thanks very much, Don.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Okay, are there any more comments or questions on this proposal? And again, we'll be taking this up as an action item or not in next month's board meeting. And if I don't see any more questions, we are going to go on a break. All right, it's looking good. So Don, if you would remove your screen and put all the directors back up, I would appreciate it.
Let's see. Stop the share. Okay, should be good there.
All right, directors, we're going to go on break now, and we're going to come back at 1 o'clock sharp. I expect to see you here then with your smiling faces and not too busy chewing food, and we'll get started then. Thanks a lot. And Drew, you can put up the break sign now. Appreciate it. Yay, it's lunch hour. Drew, do you happen to be out there?
Anybody here?
Hi, Kirsten. This is Britt.
Hi, Britt. I'm back. I'm eating lunch, so I'm gonna start. I'm gonna not have my video on for the beginning part, please.
Okay, we'll allow that.
Okay.
Drew,
I'm here, Britt.
what I'd like you to look up for us, maybe you've got it right in front of you now, but people who are stuck in dial-in only mode, there are codes they can use to mute, unmute, and lower and raise hands. And I don't know if there's others that they need. Could you have those ready so that you can read them out at the beginning of our meeting? Or, you know, and of course, email won't help because if people don't have a net right now, that won't. So we'll have you read them out, but then it might be something that's routinely included in our meeting announcements in the future.
Sure, good idea.
Okay, so after I get started, then I'll ask you to do that.
So are we not public right now? Are we not public right now? Are we
I'm not,
public right now?
It is public right now.
Oh, okay. I was going to tell you guys what I was eating for lunch at Pagosa Baking Company, but I guess I won't.
that'd be too much like advertising, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know if all of you saw it or not, but that fire in Grand Junction, the Pine Gulch fire, increased by over 28,000 acres last night.
Oh,
Now it's well over 120,000 acres. And we're just as dry as they are. So hopefully we'll get some rain one of these days.
Yeah, that's sure bad news. Thanks for that information. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. I hope others are out there who haven't turned their cameras on again. If you would do that and join the meeting, that would be appreciated. Great. Now, unfortunately, our internet can drop at any time, and it can drop so much that the only thing you'll have is the ability to call in on your phone to participate in the meeting. And we haven't probably been as good about preparing that as we should. So if you could you, all you guys out there, go and grab a pen or get on ready to type on your computer or something? Because we're going to give those few key codes that you need to use if you're stuck on your phone. And the reason I'm doing this right now is because Bob Lynch's net completely went down and he's stuck on his phone. I was hoping to see him connected in some way. Said he, yeah, I believe, Drew, there's a phone number out there, 970-731-3007. My hunch is that's Bob. You might move him to the main meeting, or how do we get him to speak?
There, I've got him moved over now. I think he should be set to be able to speak.
Okay, so Drew, what are the few key codes that we need to participate in the meeting for dialing in only?
Yeah, so if you're on a phone only, to mute and unmute, you press *6. And if you need to raise your hand, you do *9. And with a call in only, you can raise your hand, but you cannot actually lower your hand. We'll have to do that for you after you get called on.
So mute is like toggle. You turn it on and turn it off with *6. Why wouldn't raise hand be a toggle too?
I really don't know, other than I guess you can't see that your hand is raised.
Right. Okay. So with that said, then, thank you for that. I was thinking there'd be a lot more complicated codes. That's not too bad, 6 and 9.
What's the number to, if that happens, to call in?
Yeah, you should have that in the email that's sent out for the links. And even I was thinking if a person doesn't have the internet, he'd at least have that link. But yeah, Drew, if you have that number in front of you, we can sure jot that down now too. He's got to go look at the email as well, like I would.
You're muted, Drew.
Thank you. I was looking at my other screen. So there are several numbers, of course, but it looks like the first one that I see on the list is area code 253-215-8782. But then, of course, you'd need to know the meeting ID and your individual passcode if that applies.
Oof. Okay.
I was able to use those numbers at the bottom of the email to dial in. I think, can you hear me now, Britt?
Yes, we sure can.
Okay, thanks for getting me on.
You bet. All right. Let me look at the agenda here and we'll get started again. We finished our discussion on the member district boundaries, and thanks again for Don and for Jessica for arranging that. We'll discuss that further next month. The next part would go to you, Tim. It's the part of the agenda that's the board action agenda, and this is Finance and Audit Committee. Part of it is a report, and part of it would be if there's anything that you recommended that you want the board to do. So if you would pick it up and go ahead. Let's see, as far as the page, I have page 69 of 140 is that committee report.
Great, thank you, Britt. So I think the report is fairly self-explanatory. And essentially, just a reminder, the report format follows basically the agenda that was followed during the meeting itself. So those are the headings. We did a budget review, financial review. There's no real action there. These are things where we look at them and discuss them and try to assist or understand if there anything that needs attention by the board that we could bring to them. Let's see. We did look at the actual budget for the board itself in 2021. Similar to Carl suggested this, which was a really great suggestion in my opinion, that we we as a board look at the budget for the board in the same way that each of the departments in the co-op also put together their budget for the following year. Ours is relatively simple. It's probably not as easy from a bottom up, so to speak, perspective, but we did look at that. Carl showed us some breakouts and so forth. And from that, we did produce a recommendation as a committee, which is that we recommend a board budget for 2021 of $280,000, which is less than the 2020 budget and will be more than the actual probably for 2020, considering COVID has kept us all home for a long time. And but it is also below, slightly below the 2018 budget, the year before we embarked on Power Supply Committee and other standing committees, as well as some of the effort we put into examining our power supply. So sort of was kind of used as a baseline year of what we might call quote unquote normal, although I don't know if there's anything normal these days, but in any event, that is a recommendation that it would be good to entertain a motion for and a second, and then we could discuss anything. It did slightly increase the amount of discretionary funding for directors for travel and for training. Carl did some calculation, I think around, was 4,000 enough for directors to be able to do 2 meetings a year. It was difficult. He originally suggested 5, and we as a a committee came up with 4,500 to keep it at that 280,000 level. And we want to reiterate or repeat that that discretionary funding has been treated in the past as a pool for the board. So it's a $54,000 pool. We asked directors to try and remain in that, but if some directors were below their budget as the year went off, others might be able to utilize that if they had a need for training or something. So we consider that a pool for the overall board discretionary expenses. We also looked at capital credits as a retirement discussion, and I think Carl will present something here on this and lead us a little more in that discussion here in a minute. And we also had a discussion about paper bill charges. We didn't take any action on that. It's something that the finance department said they will explore a little more and come back with some ideas around how we could provide incentives rather than carrots versus sticks around trying to move more of our members off of receiving paper bills, which are relatively expensive, to electronic bills. We could save 50 cents a bill roughly on cost reduction for each one of those we do, and that can help us and our members all together. And we also discussed a bit about financial reports. We will have some more suggestions at the next meeting about some specific things. And of course, that's an ongoing thing. Any board member who feels that the board reports that we get in our various packets and so forth could be improved or changed or whatever, then feel free to bring that to Carl or Jessica or to ideally the Finance and Audit Committee, and we'll discuss those. Ideally in an email, which gives some example. So Carl, do you want to maybe, are you ready to do the capital credits retirement discussion? If not, I could ask if anyone wants to make a motion around the recommendation for a 2021 board budget of $280,000.
Either way is fine, Tim, whichever way you wish to proceed.
All right, let me just, there's some hands raised. Let me just see if those relate to it before I get too far. Kirsten, you had your hand up, maybe.
Yeah, I'll get to the motion in just one sec. I just wanted to add one thing about the paper bill charges. Is yesterday, the day after the Finance Committee meeting, I was at Bank of San Juan's, and they have we'll give you a $5 credit if you change over. So that's kind of a one-time incentive. I thought that was a good way to do it. I would like to move to accept the Finance and Audit Committee budget recommendation for 2021 for the 2021 board budget.
So anyone want to second that?
I'll second.
Rick, did I step on your toe there?
Oh, go ahead, Tim.
Okay.
Joe seconded it, got that.
Okay. All right, so we would enter a discussion. Perhaps before we do that, I know Rachel, you had your hand up, and Kohler. If this is discussion for the motion, Rachel, go ahead. If not, maybe we could park that and come back to you.
Yeah, I think it does pertain to the motion around the board budget. And specifically, just kind of curious, drilling down into this a little bit further. So there's the Finance and Audit Committee, the policy, and the Executive Committee. Do we have any sort of wiggle room or pool? You know, there's a proposal, for instance, to get the broadband group back up and running. How do we handle anything like that that comes up? And then the second, I was trying to get really creative about how or if it's needed, but it seems like every time we have new directors, right, there's this expectation that they get their certification. And that always seems to bump those new directors in the $10,000 range in year one for their funds. And I didn't know if there's some secondary pool or something like that. I guess I should say if they go to like a chunk, a blocked out NRECA or training session. But just, yeah, does it make sense to pull apart new director training funds from just standing or continuing ed?
Well, the committee did discuss these kinds of things. There is some, as you might call it, wiggle room in the per diems and so forth for various committees, or the potential for an ad hoc committee to come up. The broadband committee members, that was when that committee was formed, it was done so whereby the directors were not gaining provided per diem, and that committee was extended till the end of this year. So at least through that period, there's no per diem associated with that committee. And there is some, as you say, some wiggle room there. In terms of, is it sufficient? Likely, but, budgets are budgets. So if we started to exceed or do something differently, we could come back to the board for additional approval for additional funding or whatever. The other thing around the pooling of discretionary expenses, it was discussed around, some directors may need to spend more on training than others. That's why it's considered a pool. No, you don't have to spend your 4,500. That's not a requirement, and it's not earmarked just for your use. So there is some trading, and we believe that that would be sufficient. But again, if it wasn't, then we would come back. We did talk about various possible mechanisms. They all seemed a little difficult to implement, and this seemed to be a much more straightforward way to do it. So I don't know if that answered your questions or not.
Yes, thank you.
Kohler, did you have questions or discussion on the motion? Unmute, please. You need to unmute, Kohler.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So I did attend your meeting the other day, and one of the discussions you had when we were talking about this budget, when you were talking about it, was about the half day and the full day per diem. Is that something we deal with when we talk about the policy, or is that something that goes into this budget now?
I'm sorry, Kohler, I didn't hear what part of your question broke up for me. I didn't hear it. So.
Okay. When I attended your meeting the other day, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. Part of the discussion was about the half day and the full day per diem. Is that being addressed now, or do we address that when we go through the policy?
It was agreed, I think, by us that we were not going to change that for 2021.
Okay, good.
So it would remain the same, at least from a budgetary standpoint. And if the board wanted to change that policy, we would have to look at what that impact would be on the budget of 2021.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions or comments? Britt, do you want to take over and conclude the motion and get a vote?
Okay, it looks as if there's no more discussion. And so I'll start to see if we've got something unanimous. So all those who are in favor of this proposed 2021 budget for the board, would you please unmute and say aye at this time?
Aye.
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 All those who oppose approval of this budget at this time, would you please unmute and say nay? Any who wish to abstain, would you please unmute and say I abstain? All right, Tim, that proposed budget then did pass unanimously. Is there anything else now with the Finance Committee, or I think you were going to ask Carl to speak?
Yes, Carl was going to go over sort of our capital credits retirement discussion and the timeline for that decision. So, and I also want to thank the board for approving that recommendation. So Carl, if you're ready, feel free to take over from me. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. So last year, I believe Rachel Gilman, not Rachel Landis, made a proposal in September regarding capital credit retirement, and we intend to do the same this year. However, what I thought was a good idea was to begin the discussion well before that, and we did so at the Finance and Audit Committee, and I thought it was an excellent discussion. I think we all learned a lot, and essentially I am going to put some options as we did last year for retirements, but my recommendation would be something very similar to what we did last year. We retired $3.2 million from our co-op patronage, so that's the non-tri-state portion. I am suggesting a slight increase on that to 3.5 million, and instead of retiring tri-state capital credits, we established the rate stabilization fund of $3 million, which I don't want to say fortunately, because anything to do with a pandemic is obviously not fortunate, but gave us that option to be able to defer the rate increase and so forth. I am also going to recommend that we increase the rate stabilization fund by a further $2 million. It's currently at 2 million, reduced from the 3 million. We utilized $1 million to defer, not sure where defer came from, defer the rate increase for 3 months. But we had discussed at the Finance and Audit Committee that a rate stabilization fund of $4 million was a goal, and this would achieve that. Philosophically, we cannot be completely certain of what monies are going to be retired to us from Tri-State going forward. And there are a number of items that would impact that. Our continuing membership of the Tri-State G&T Cooperative is obviously something we're discussing, and obviously their own moves to lower rates and shrink their budget, and also to maintain their cash flow mainly will mean they are limited in what they can retire to their members. So I would be very reluctant to retire any of our tri-state capital credits at this point, not knowing what we will be receiving from them going forward. One thing we discussed at the Finance and Audit Committee was if we do receive a big retirement in January, that we could revisit this. But that would be something that would surprise me, but I'm not in the room with Pat and his team at Tri-State, so I don't know exactly what they're going to do. So really, the idea was to get that idea out there, and we will be making a formal presentation and recommendation next month, which I will obviously be discussing and refining with the Finance and Audit Committee before coming to the board as a whole.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Now, be aware that we will get the opportunity both in the Finance and Audit Committee and in the next board meeting to discuss, I won't say shoot holes in this or whatever, to discuss this, but we can certainly have a brief discussion now in preparation for that. Kirsten, go ahead. Kirsten, I'm not hearing you. You are unmuted, but I'm not hearing you.
I double muted myself. I was also muted on my phone, sorry.
Okay, good.
I think Carl, you make a very good point about that the tri-state retirement isn't guaranteed, and our retirement isn't guaranteed. Right now it's looking like we're going to have margins, and we're thinking that this is what it's going to be. I know that at one point, and Kohler, you can help me with this, I know at one point Tri-State was saying, okay, in order to do what they were doing, they were going to basically not retire, or they weren't going to make any allocations for a few years. There wasn't anything about not doing any retirement. Are you recalling this? No? Okay. I thinking there's probably going to be retirement. I was very pleased last year that we did do an amount to go towards the discretionary or towards the rainy day fund. I don't like the idea of throwing all of our tri-state and other co-op funds there, mostly because this is our payback. We talk about the money that we send up to Westminster and we don't ever see it back. Well, this $75 million is seeing it back. So I would like to see some of it back while we are still able to. And this does, especially since we do a mostly first in, first out, this does benefit our past members or our members who have been with us all along more so than it would be if we leave it in there and don't retire, which only really benefits our current and future.
Okay, thank you. Joe, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand how the capital credit stuff works all together, but so if the money went into the rate stabilization fund from Tri-State, could that then be pulled out of there in the future to, to repay the capital credits?
Yeah, Carl, go ahead.
So currently we have $75 million of capital credits allocated to members that relates to patronage that we were allocated by Tri-State. So if we did not retire any of that money to our members, it would still be allocated to them. We wouldn't be touching it. What we would be doing instead is saying, well, instead of retiring $2 million and having $2 million in cash go out of the co-op, we would retain that in our rate stabilization fund. And I would like to reiterate that the target of $4 million was something that was discussed, and I don't know if it was formally approved as a motion, but it was certainly discussed and was deemed to be a good number by the Finance and Audit Committee. That aside, if we allocate this cash to the rate stabilization fund rather than retiring it, it actually would make no impact on what could be retired in future to the members.
Okay, because of our busy schedule today, I would like to jump past this as quickly as possible because we will get the chance to discuss it some more. So if there's any burning issue on this, great. Otherwise, remember to put your questions down, and certainly you can email things if it's questions simply because you don't understand aspects of this. But if there's, you have a point of view, that's going to have to be wait till the next board meeting. Then anything else on this? Okay. Well, then let's go ahead. The Jack Turner, I see, has a hand up.
Yeah, Britt. Britt, yeah, if we're done and getting back to the financial committee report, I just had something to offer to Tim and his request for what might be helpful in communication of the committee's report. So if that's appropriate now, or I can wait.
Yeah, it can be done pretty quick. If it's just something that you want to offer to him, it would be best to email it to him.
Okay, well, it actually goes for all subcommittees, and it's really quick. It's like, I think what would be important, because those of us that aren't there, as rightfully so, Tim says, it's pretty self-explanatory, but I think what would be helpful because of the conversations that go on, what might be a takeaway from each of the members on the committee that would give us some idea of what was involved with the discussion. So that's it just for any committees. Like if the members of the committee could add to the report what their takeaway was from that meeting, that might be helpful, and just a suggestion.
Okay, I get the idea that whenever there's a committee report, if any members on that committee want to highlight anything in particular or add something, they should do that. Okay. Holly, go ahead.
I'd just like to say that I learn a ton of stuff at the finance and audit committees, and I spend my free time to go to those because I look at it as my fiduciary responsibility to try to understand all this to the best of my ability. And so I am asking for consideration that even board members who aren't necessarily on that committee, to have access, please, to the materials and the spreadsheets that you guys are discussing, because it's not always made accessible. And just like Gwen was talking about earlier about the member owner facing board packet, it's very different on the one side when you don't get to see the materials that are being discussed or looked at versus whether you do have access to look at those. So I'm just simply asking that the board members who aren't on the committee, please consider giving them access to those materials as well. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Britt, I think directors are able to access that material. They should be, I think.
If it's in the director point, which is typically what we do try to do, Holly, you would click on that Tuesday meeting on the little blue thing there, and you'd get the stuff that we have prepared that's in director point. Clearly, sometimes we pull up ad hoc spreadsheets and other things, but generally, if we're pulling those up, we don't have access to them in a sense. It's like Carl shows them or somebody else shows something like that, or Dan has. But I hear what you're saying, and I think we're doing an okay job on the what we're providing in director point, but we'll continue to make sure we do as best we can on that. Okay. And Jack, your hand's still up, but probably just the phone, so that can probably go away, and Holly's going away. So we are going to go on, and Shay's going to get a chance to talk about this a little bit more. But one of the things that we have to do, since we know a board vacancy is coming up, is to take action on that. We haven't had to do this for years, and we therefore haven't really looked at policy 120 for years. And so I asked if it would be possible for the policy committee to take a quick look at this, to try and modernize it a little bit and maybe shorten that process a little bit if possible. And they have been able to do that via email with Shay leading. So if you go into your board packet and find the page, the old policy 120 starts on page 74 of the 140, and the red line one starts on page 76 of the 140. So with that, I would like Shay to address what the changes are and why those changes are being made. And then let's see if we can get a motion to approve a new policy. And then the very next thing we would do is follow that policy to get a motion to take action on filling that board vacancy. So Shay, if you would go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll speak off of the red line version, if any, for ease of following along. It's not too bloody, I don't think, to be discernible. So looking at the red line version, the first thing that we did is in the objective provision, reference the section of the bylaws in order to ensure that, one, we're following the bylaws, and two, to drive us to the appropriate section if we had any question of the bylaws. Now, if we look at the bylaw and what the requirements are, it's fairly open. Basically, what it says is that the board is responsible for filling a vacancy. The reason that that's the case is because that changes the default settings in corporate law. And so the way that it works in corporate law is it says that unless the bylaws say differently, you do this. And the membership a long time ago decided that it wanted to tweak that provision a little bit. The way that it works under just default corporate law is that if you have a vacancy within an elected district, it would be the responsibility of the remaining directors in that district to fill the position. The membership a long time ago decided that it would be preferable to have the entire board fill the vacancy. Other than that, it does track statute to say that the timeline for when that vacancy is filled is the remaining term of that director. So in this case, with Director Turner leaving, for example, whenever you are going to appoint a new director, he or she is only going to fill that position for the period of time that the vacant director's term was. And that way you don't have a problem with gaps in terms or differences in terms between directors, that sort of thing. So that's talking about what our bylaw requires. Other than that, those really broad boundaries, it's up to the board to figure out how it's going to do that process. So that's where the policy comes into play.
And what the policy committee did is that we met on a more informal basis because of the desire to get this before the board now because of the expediency of this action, and talked over what the process should be to try to make this thing work smoothly. And so these are the changes that we're suggesting to try to make this process go smoothly and to get this thing handled, to have vacancies handled in a way that makes sense. And so the first change that we made is added a new section A to say that the board is going to establish deadlines for when things happen. That was in an effort to ensure that you are controlling the process and you're not having to leave that to staff to try to interpret. So the board will set deadlines for submitting and reviewing applications, having interviews, and any other steps that you deem necessary. We also said that there's going to be an application form and talked about what those minimum requirements are for the application would be. So you would be looking at staff a little bit to develop an application form, and it would include minimum requirements so that you got adequate information for purposes of evaluating candidates. We also changed the new subsection C to say that the notice of the vacancy will be advertised in all legal publishing newspapers and on the cooperative's website and in any other appropriate cooperative media for the period of at least 2 weeks prior to the deadline for submitting the application. And so what that means is that we're going to try to get as broad of a application process out there as possible. We're going to try to get the notice out there so that the membership and any member who is interested in serving on the board can see that and have an opportunity to respond to the application. The other thing that we wanted to make sure of is that the members that are interested in submitting an application can get that at any point in time. And so we provided that the application will be posted on the cooperative's website. Then we made some changes to what's new section E. I'm going down to page 2 of the red line. We said that the board of directors will review the applications and select up to 3 candidates. We kept the 3 candidates in there, I believe, because that seems to be a good number for interviewing, and is not going to be overly burdensome so that you feel like you can't spend the time that you need with each candidate to talk to them about their qualifications. Then the other change that we made is that the candidate or the person that you elect will be by majority vote at a regular board meeting or a special board meeting called for that purpose. And then we confirm that the candidate will fill the unexpired term of the vacating board member. Now, something that was down in the responsibility section that we moved up to the policy section to ensure that it was clear is that we said that a board can appoint a committee and stipulated what that committee needed to consist of or the makeup of that committee for the purpose of reviewing the applications. But there was concern at the policy committee level that the committee not be responsible for filling the vacancy, that be a board decision and a full board decision. This was important to policy committee, and I think it was a well-reasoned and appropriate concern because the bylaws say that the board is responsible for filling this vacancy. And it is a very, very important decision. And so policy committee wanted to make sure that it was clear that that while we may say, let's pull a smaller group together for the expediency purposes of reviewing applications, we're going to have the full board vote on this because it is such an important decision. And then new subsection F, one of the concerns that was raised with respect to Director Turner's vacancy, and I think it's an appropriate concern that we need to consider, is if you know that a vacancy is going to happen, and it's not something that is due to death or disability or something that's unexpected, but it's a planned vacancy, then you should and should have the ability to start the process of filling the vacancy early so that you have less of a gap in directorship. And that, I think that makes sense and is a good plan. And so we included that in new subsection F. And then finally for subsection G, to address some concerns about what was a board level decision, we included a definition of board to say that it means all the current members of the board of directors, less the member who is going to be vacating, even though that could be less than a quorum. So if we had a tragic event that happened that knocked out a large number of directors, we're confirming that yes, the board as it currently sets whenever we're working on filling vacancies is considered the board for purposes of filling that vacancy. Happy to take any questions. I know policy committee may have some additional comments or something like that, but that's the recommendation that we came up with.
Okay, we do have several questions, and Shay, I'll ask the first one. Can we review applications and resumes by sending them around in email?
As opposed to having everybody sit down and talk about them?
Yeah, because the only reason I would see the need for a subcommittee would be the fact that there would be some way we're not able to see them otherwise.
So similar to whenever you would be filling the position for CEO or something like that, I know that we sent out all of the resumes to the board, and then the board went through them and ranked them in a process. I don't see any reason why that can't be done by email, because the act of doing the interviewing is where you're going to be conducting the business and dealing with the business of the cooperative. So I think that would be appropriate.
And one other question I didn't quite understand is, for purposes of this policy, this would be G in the new red line. The term board shall mean all current members less the member of the board. So that's just for this policy. The board means everybody but the member. Does that exclude the director who we know is going to be vacant in the future from doing anything now?
No, that's the thought process behind this is that you've got a vacancy that you're filling, and we wanted to be clear that the outgoing director is not going to be participating in that, because presumably they're gone, or they are leaving at a set date. They've already are out the door. In this circumstance, and I'll speak directly to Director Turner's circumstance, he provided notice that he was going to be resigning, but he hasn't officially resigned or given his last date. So for purposes of this meeting, and we'll talk about next meeting, that kind of thing, but for purposes of this meeting, he still is a member of the board because the date of his resignation is still TBD. So what I'm contemplating is that for purposes of filling the vacancy, that he is not going to be voting on that because he's either already left or is no longer part of the process.
Okay, and for him to officially declare that, is it adequate that, like in today's meeting, he would give us a date and that would be in the meeting minutes, or would he need to send email or write a letter that's sent? How would he do that?
I think it would be appropriate to have that discussion today at the board meeting, and can provide that orally so that we can put it in the minutes. If he wants to follow that up with the formal written notice, just so that it's something separate that you don't have to go find it in the minutes, that's fine. But I don't have any problem or concern with it just existing in the minutes.
Okay, we've got quite a list of questions. Thanks, Shay, for filling us in on what you've done there. Tim, you're first in the list, so if you'd unmute and go ahead.
Great, thank you, Britt, and thank you to the committee and Shay for working on this at short notice. I think two primary concerns, but there may be a follow-up. One is, in the very beginning, it says under the policy, and there wasn't really much of a change there. It says, when a vacancy occurs on the board due to the death, resignation, or removal of a director, the board shall first determine whether to fill the vacancy prior to the next annual meeting of the members. And my question is, because I read through the covenants, and we're not allowed to have two directors from the same district elected in the same annual meeting. So shouldn't that be clarified to state that it's at the next annual meeting in which that seat would be re-elected or elected?
Good point, and I think that would be appropriate. One of the things that happens is that we've had a situation where the director's coming up for re-election, and I can think of Director McCall whenever he passed. I believe he passed away in the middle, and it was close enough that we decided not to go ahead and go through the filling process. So I can adjust that language.
Right. I think the question is, it has to be at the end of that term rather than just at the next annual meeting. I mean, so if we decided not to fill this vacancy, that would be open until the term of Director Turner came up in a year and a half or whatever.
Right.
And that needs to be clarified because it doesn't read that way here. It says next annual meeting of the member.
And while we're talking about this, I'll work on some suggested language and then can read it to you and send it around.
Okay, the other question I have relates to what Britt just brought up in G, this idea that it's less the member or members of the board that have created or will create the vacancy to be filled. I think that's also against our covenants. We can't, once a director is elected, my understanding is they remain elected until their term expires and they're not reelected, or they are removed by 3/4 of the board of directors or by a petition of the members. And even that goes to another election. We cannot exclude a valid member from a vote, a director. I don't think we can do that. So I think you have to strike that sentence. If for some reason that director is still a director on the board at the time there's a vote for that vacancy, that director can participate and vote. I don't think you can put this in here. So in any event, those are my two questions, comments.
Interesting thought on that last one. I hadn't thought of those. Very good, Tim. Joe, go ahead.
On E, Shay, do we need, in that first sentence, do we need to say that from the applications that the board needs to make a majority vote on picking the 3 candidates? Right now it just says select up to 3 candidates, but it doesn't say exactly how that's done.
Yeah, and I'll jump in real quick. I was thinking about how the process would work. And one reason it says up to is in case, well, one, you only had one person apply. But the other case would be if you have half a dozen people apply, but really the board settles on one, you wouldn't want to go through a false process. You'd want to just pick that one. But how do you do that? How do you determine if the board settles on just one? And the only way I could think to do that would be some kind of a polling mechanism where the board would decide how many people they wanted to interview. And if everybody wanted to interview the same one person, you'd kind of done. But whether that's captured in proper language or just as something we figured, it's sort of a Robert's rules or mechanism that we deal with some way, I didn't have a good answer to that. So I appreciate you bringing it up. Shay, what do you think about how we would go about deciding who we would interview if we had, say, half a dozen applications, but only wanted to interview, say, in one case, 0, in another case, 1, in another case, 3?
So I would prefer to leave that more open, and this is why. To Director Bassett's point, let's say that you receive half a dozen applications, but the entire board is in concurrence that they want to interview these 3. That can be done by the concurrence of the board as opposed to a formal vote. If we're going to require a formal vote, then that would require calling a meeting. And so let's say we receive half a dozen applications, the board collectively can't agree on which 3 whenever it's reviewing it, then we would call a special meeting, take it to a vote, do it that way. If you already can concur on how you're going to handle the interviews, then do it through concurrence, and you don't need a formal vote. And if also this provides the flexibility for you to parse this to a committee or pass this to a committee. So you receive a half a dozen applications, you're not having much luck getting through them as a board, so you create a committee to go over them. So I would recommend, I understand the concern that Director Lewandowski is stating, but I would recommend not putting that in there because the flexibility is something that I think you need at that stage. versus whenever you're actually going to be selecting the person. I think you need to separate the actions on those two.
Okay. Kohler, you're next.
No,
Oh, Joe's
I have
got
one
another one.
more.
Excuse me. Joe's still
No,
up.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Actually, two more. I'm just the one again in E. The board will be responsible for conducting the interviews. We probably don't need to quibble about it now, but having, you know, if 12 people are conducting an interview, it could be pretty get pretty weird. And I'm wondering if maybe, you know, there could be an informal agreement that one director from each district would conduct the interview. I just think 12 people conducting the interview is going to be difficult. Ken, I'm not sure if we need to include anything specific on that. And then in F, it seems that, you know, if a director is resigning, I don't think we need to, and again, this is up for discussion, just thinking out loud, do we need to put out the word that we're looking for a director more than a month in advance of their announcing date? The reason I bring this up, if someone says, hey, you know, my daughter's got cancer, she lives in Connecticut, and I'm going to live, and in 6 months I'm going to be going down the road, and I'm going to have to resign. I would hate to see the process start that far in advance. So anyway, that's my concern. I know it's a big deal, but I just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah, in both cases, Joe, I think in particular the first case about how interviews are actually conducted is best left flexible, but you're right, a decision would need to be made about how the interviews are to be conducted. For example, remember we were talking to CEO, we allowed each member to ask one question, each board member, and we just kind of went round robin like that. Or as you suggested, there would be one member from each, whatever those processes are, we can decide that at a later time, and it could be different for each time you would go through this. So that's best left flexible, but something we would have to discuss. The second one certainly is appropriate, but again, it's could be left flexible because it's up to the boardroom to start that process. And I don't know for sure we're going to start that process today. I think we're going to have to hear from Jack. But you're right. If it's 6 months off, you not want to start the process now. But if it's closer than that, then you do need to make a decision when to start it. So I agree with you, but it's probably best left flexible. Okay. Kohler, you're up next.
This is just for an incomplete sentence. So in 2G, the very last line there, it ends with even though less than a quorum of the board. That's not complete. So my suggestion is after board is put is met. So it would read even though less than a quorum of the board is met. Or something else to complete that sentence.
Okay. Yeah, that is a strange sentence that was in there before, and it was always a little hard to parse. There's no doubt that would make it better. Okay, hands down who've already spoken, and we'll go to Kirsten.
Thank you. So on G, Tim, you make a good point that if you're still on the board, you can vote. But so I think if we just get rid of the or will create the vacancy, because it's if the vacancy has been created, they're no longer on the board. And that would be important in case we all get salmonella at the barbecue or something bizarre like that, and we're all out. It's going to be hard to have a quorum. I can't see, is Jessica on here? Jessica?
Yes.
Yes. So you can speak to just 2 seconds on what's it like being on the other end of a 12-person interview?
I have 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, I personally think that a little bit less is good. I mean, Nadine will testify to this. When we did a lot of our interviews, 12 is too many, 9 is a good number, 8, yeah, it's just, it gets a little bit too wonky, too much.
Okay. Thank you. And then my third comment is about kind of the policy as a whole. I don't see anything in here that will slow us down because we do have an impending vacancy here. I don't think it will slow us down unless, Jay, you tell me if we enact this policy today with whatever changes are required, are we able to then act on this policy right away and say, all right, let's advertise this and let's advertise that and put these committees together?
Yep, it's effective as soon as you pass it. So that's the reason why we did it this meeting, because we know we needed to roll on dealing with Director Turner's resignation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Sue McWilliams, you're up next.
Okay. I wanted to address your comment, Britt, about passing the applications around to all of the board. I think that would be okay, but then back to Joe's point is how you determine or vote on which candidates we want to interview. That would be one concern versus a committee maybe looking at the applications and saying, okay, let's interview these three. The other one, on G, it really is worded strangely, but part of that is straight out of the bylaws, the part about the quorum. And so in looking at this policy, it kind of referred me back to the bylaw. And I'm thinking we might want to revisit that bylaw, how it's written, because it also is a little confusing on what it really means when it talks about, I've got to find it here again.
Section 7 of the...
Yeah, about it being filled even though less than a quorum of the board. It's like, okay.
So that's a really good point that we can clarify that for purposes of the bylaw. The reason that it sounds so goofy is that's legalese and it's actually lifted from the statute. And so we copied the language of the statute into the bylaw, which went into the policy, and it's very well put that it sounds a little funky. So we can definitely mark that.
I think we might want to review that bylaw at some point in time also, because some of this verbiage in that item G comes straight from the bylaw.
Okay, and Sue, whenever we do want to make changes to the bylaws, and certainly cleaning up the language is part of that, that is something we have to address before the member election. So we get it in those packets that go out. We've gone through that before. We've had struggles over putting too much in, not enough in. But it'd probably be one of those cases where if we gather 4 or 5 language things together, we probably wouldn't do it for one, but we'd probably do it for 4 or 5. So we can, I'm not sure exactly when on our calendar we would address that, but at some point we do need to always ask the question and have action ready to go. Do we want to ask our members to make changes to the bylaws? Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, it's one thing to throw out, just if helpful, whether it's by a committee or by the whole, just, I don't know, we put together that little matrix of here are some things to consider or some of our kind of optimal things, thinking through what qualities, characteristics, or experience we're looking for in a director. And that's just one way to help everyone. I think it'd actually be a good exercise to think through. But happy to put a draft together if that is helpful. And then the only just thing I was going to throw out is on policy 2.b, shall create an application form that at a minimum includes a description of the duties of a director, sets forth the qualifications, et cetera, et cetera. This was just something I think I've advocated for also just during normal elections, but that we include some sort of sense, perhaps this is in the duties, but a sense of time frame and commitment, and then the fact that meetings are set on Wednesdays, like if we have a board schedule. Because again, I think if some people know that, you know, in the normal world, meetings tend to move around based on people's availability, but yeah, if they know you got to be there on Wednesdays and they can't get off work, they're not going to apply.
Okay, and that would be appropriate to include the fact that we have Wednesdays, typically the third Wednesday of the month, and about half of the months we have a meeting on the committee of the whole meeting the Monday before that. Getting
Sounds
that
great.
information out there would be good things to have in that application.
Thanks, Britt.
Okay, John Lee.
All in all, I don't like F in the policy. We either have a vacancy or we don't. Like right now, we don't. And so we're doing a lot of work for something that is a potential in the future. Even right now, while we're debating this policy change from whatever it was, 2016. And to think that, I believe part of having, if you're going to resign or somebody leaves or there's a death, then we start working on that known, and those appointments then happen over, a few months, or perhaps it's a couple of weeks or a month or two. But this bridging is what F sounds like to me. We're just going to try to bridge something. And so if we hear noise about something, we can start doing something. It doesn't bode well with me on, full disclosure and our actions, full disclosure, where's somebody going, who's coming on. We have the discussions in reference to Tim saying, if you're still a board member, you can vote. Well, then we get this stuff done before so that they can vote on their replacement, or they can be on that panel, on the committee. It just it seems to me like this should be, as you've mentioned several times, Britt, let's keep our options open. This takes effect once we have a vacancy.
John, even if it's and I agree right now, we're operating under, in a sense, an assumption, because we know a director is going to tell us something. But would you be in agreement if we actually had a known date that we could start the process, or would you not want to start it until the vacancy has already occurred?
It seems to me, in all of 3 board meetings, so I know very, not salted at all, there are enough things that come in front of the board that options, or even, hey, I've got a date in what was maybe Joe said in, as an example, 6 months going to Connecticut. We still want them to operate and function as a regular board member up until, they give the date that they're not going to be involved for whatever reason. So I think once you have a vacancy, then you work on a reason to appoint somebody. We don't start an election process prior to an election. Those are determined and set up in it. So I think there needs to be a vacancy before we start talking about filling a vacancy.
Okay. As far as elections, of course, you do have to start preparing for them because it's a known date. So there is a lot of preparation ahead of time. I hear what you're saying. We'll go on. Appreciate it. Dan Huntington next.
Comment to Tim saying that you can't have 2 directors in one district. If we wait to the next election, he's only going to be voted into that unexpired term. We might need to explain that some way, but the bylaws, I do believe, state that you can vote in a director to fill an unexpired term. So
Shay, have you had a
problem there.
Shay, have you had a chance to look at it and ponder about Tim's comment and now Dan's question too about in this situation, if we chose to wait until the next April, May, I guess it would be, would we be allowed to?
I'm still running through the bylaws. If you can give me just a second to look, and Director Wheeler, if you were looking at a specific spot that you could drive me to faster, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Remember again, those who have spoken, remove their hands, and we're working our way down the list. And Shay's got a couple of 3 things she's looking at now. And Tim, you're up again, and then Jack Turner will be up.
Am I up at the moment?
Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
So I just noticed in the red line policy, sorry I didn't bring this up before, I just noticed it, that there had previously been a direction and a policy that the new director, if voted in, would be the most qualified candidate. Didn't really say what qualifies them, but I noticed that was removed, and I just wanted to ask the committee and Shay why that was the case.
And I can speak to that, and then the committee maybe want to come in. I think I actually did that on my first whack at a red line. The reason that I removed that is because I thought that it was unclear what the most qualified was, and thought that it was better to just say that the board would select the person. I thought it was implied that the board would put in the person that they felt was the best candidate for the position, but what does most qualified mean, and has that become a weird limiting factor in allowing the board to do its job?
Okay. Jack Turner, unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. So I understand the without knowing a date, and the board had directed Britt to talk with me at the last meeting, which we did, and we came up with a date that would be at the end of the day of the September board meeting. And then circumstances changed, particularly with one of them being this policy of regarding the bylaw interpretation, and then the last section about the remaining directors. And so I've withheld making an announcement until this is clear. And once it is clear, I'll happy to follow up with a date. But I wanted to comment that I actually disagree with the interpretation of the bylaw. And I think it really speaks to the context of a sudden vacancy, and a vacancy maybe as John had alluded to. And this is an attempt to, when you know ahead of time, I think Tim makes a really good point about the covenants is, and there's also policy that talk to the disqualification or removal or the inappropriateness of a director to participate. And I don't think that any of those policies fall under this circumstance. And I think in fact, it's to the contrary, and that you do have an elected position, and that position not having a voice, I believe, is a form of censoring that representation of that membership. And so I would like to see that last paragraph redlined removed from the policy, and that any director that has the courtesy to give a heads up also has the responsibility of having a say as an elected position and representation of the membership to the replacement. So I would like to see that part of the policy removed, and for those reasons. Thanks.
Okay, interesting point. Shay, anything yet, or should I go on with the next?
Could you just send that to Shay? It's Article 3, Directors, Section 2, Qualifications and Tenure.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. You can take over. Thanks.
Sorry, and I just found it right as you were saying that. And you're correct. It does say in Section 2, approximately 1/3 of the directors, no two of whom shall be from the same district, shall be elected by and from the members. And so I do believe that your point is well taken, and I have changed that paragraph accordingly. And what I've been doing is as everybody has been talking about changes, I've been trying to get those in a revised red line to send to the board.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying then is that is G going to, well, we'll see the revised red line, I guess, in a minute. I won't try and figure it out yet. Okay, Kirsten, go ahead. Oop, Kirsten, unmute.
Thank you. John, I think you made a good point about the timing. If we do have the luxury of knowing somebody is going, I think it's good to plan ahead so we don't have a gap, because if we have to wait till somebody is actually gone, we will by default have at least 1 month vacant for a district. I don't know how to handle that. That's my concern about if we have heads up, I'd like to take advantage of it.
Okay, Joe, unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what John's point is. Even if we have a vacancy, I mean, if you look at the board, we have 12 members, which is almost unusual for a board because there can be a tie vote. One vacancy sometime would be okay. The other thing that concerns me about, with all due respect to Jack, there could be a situation where there is a board that's a very close split, and there could be, boards have been known to play games with how they appoint people. So I kind of like the idea. It's like, let's not deal with the issue until we actually have the issue to deal with.
So to that end, Director Bassett, could we take a straw poll on whether or not to have section F remain or be deleted so that I could get some direction on what to do with that section?
All right, and the idea in a nutshell for section F is if we know someone's leaving, we can start taking action and getting applications before they're actually gone. Or you don't take any action until the vacancy is in fact in place. Do we need a little further clarification? Does that mean they actually miss a meeting? Or does that mean it's past the date that they've announced they're going to be vacant?
And what I was trying to take into account was the situation like with Director Turner, where he gave a letter, but his last board meeting may be this month or next month, depending on what Director Turner and the board collectively decide. So my thought is that if his last meeting was next month, then you guys can go ahead and have a position that would be, or go ahead and start the process of taking applications, submitting notices, things like that now, as opposed to waiting until after his final meeting. So that was what I was contemplating with that provision.
Yeah, and I guess one reason I had sort of pushed this to be discussed was actually to avoid the situation of having that vacancy for a while, but I can certainly see arguments in both directions. So this is a straw poll to decide before. It's kind of funny to think about doing it this way, but I guess it works.
Can I just say something? Can we use the announced date? Would that help us out? Say, I'm going to resign on January 2nd or something like that. Would that help at all?
Yeah, it still is sort of the same issue, I guess, even with announced date. It's, do you start before something happens that you know is going to happen, or do you wait till after it's happened? So it probably, I don't know that it would affect the vote. We'll have some more discussion on this before we have a straw poll, I think. Does anybody else who wish to discuss before we have a straw poll some aspect that would affect the poll? Tim and then John. Tim, go ahead.
Right. I think, we need to come back to what is the purpose of a director. And it's to represent the members with a vote. That's the only, we're all equal and we all can exercise a vote as directors. And that is our fundamental responsibility and why we were elected. If we were all elected at large, perhaps what John is saying and what Joe have offered, might make sense, but we're not. We're elected from specific districts. And those districts, we are supposed to represent the members of that district first. That's our primary responsibility. So when we take an action that would result in the needless vacancy of a director from any district seat, then we are disenfranchising the voters of that district. So for example, if we can take action now that would mean that there is a director who's graciously provided an opportunity to set the timing of his resignation so that those voters aren't disenfranchised, and then we reject that opportunity, I think we are doing our members a disservice. And as a director of District 4, I don't really feel it's responsible on our part to say, we can wait for as long as we need to fill that while we are underrepresented on this board. So I think there's a really powerful argument here about our basic responsibility that says we should fill that vacancy as quickly as possible, ideally with the opportunity to make it smooth. You know, so I cannot support what John suggested, nor what Joe also suggested. Sorry.
Okay, John, go ahead.
All right. Well, you know, Tim, in our new director of training, we were specifically told that once we're elected from a district, we do not represent that district. We represent LPEA in its entirety. And Shay and Jessica made that quite adamant. It was exercised over and over again. So I would share with you that our first duty isn't to a district, because it isn't at all. We're elected from that, and there's a fiduciary responsibility that overwhelms the rest of it. So we don't represent that district once we're elected. So I don't believe it's us moving around as at large or within the district as far as the election goes. And for whatever reason, this is, you know, it is a great debate. And it doesn't seem like it should be at a board of directors meeting that we are trying to, you know, flush this out to get the word track down, and while we're still debating it and raising our hands, that Shay is whacking away at the next copy of this, and perhaps we're going to get an emailed copy of this to us. So I think it should be correct too, so that it can be long-standing and represent what our members deserve, which I believe is probably more thought out than, like when Britt said, you know, he was moving this to go fast so that we could get something addressed. And I would move to table this and send it to the policy committee, since it is a policy, and have, you know, the legalese put together with folks that are taking the time to read it and get it right and get it back in front of us, so that we can make a policy that isn't trying to be whipped as quickly as our lunch was, that it can be thought out and stand the test of time and exercise, you know, the best thing for our constituents. So I move to table this and have it sent to the policy committee.
All right, there's a
I'll
motion to
second
table
that.
this. Dan Huntington seconds that. We're going to vote now on whether this is to be tabled or not. And I am going to try Dan's suggestion for the roll call vote, and we'll take account from that. And I pull up that director list right here. Bob Lynch, you're first. Yay or nay on tabling this motion?
Nay.
That was a nay, like in no. Is that correct? Did anybody else hear it clearly enough to know?
If you hear me, Britt, it's a nay.
Okay, I got you now.
No.
Nay. Yes and no. And I vote nay, no. Dan Huntington?
Yes.
Yes. Holly Metzer, yes or no? That's easier to hear.
Nay. Yeah, no.
No. And Jack Turner, yes or no to table this?
No.
No. Joe Lewandowski regarding tabling?
No.
No. John Lee?
Yes.
Kirsten Skehan?
Still muted.
Yes.
Kohler McInnes?
Yes.
Rachel Landis?
Yes.
Sue McWilliams?
Yes.
And Tim Wheeler?
No.
All right, let me count. We have 1 yes, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses, and 6 noes. So the motion to table fails. Okay, so to continue this discussion then and try and get through with this, we will, anybody who has already spoken who would like to take your hands down so we'll know, would you please do that, and we can go on to see who wants to continue discussing this policy. Now, I've forgotten at this point, did we actually have a motion yet to approve the policy? No, I don't think we did. We were just going through the red line version at this point. And the last thing I recall was that Shay wasn't sure whether or not we were going to include the that thing. But I'm thinking, Shay, rather than doing a straw poll, we will look at the red line that you have, make a motion to approve it, and then if somebody wants to make an amendment to remove a section, then we'll vote on that amendment and just
Okay,
try and
thank
get
you.
through it in that fashion. So do you believe you have a policy that's clean enough to put up on your screen and share your screen that we will all see it at the same time?
It may take me a second. So I'm operating off of 2 screens, and I'm going to need to email the policy to myself so I can put it up on the screen.
Oh boy, that's exactly what I run into all the time. I know what you're saying.
Sorry about that. So what I can do is, if you'll give me just a second to work through the machinations, I can get
All
it
right.
up there.
And while doing that, we've got a couple other people who'd like to speak, I believe, and one of those is Kirsten.
Thank you, Britt. I know we can't have a discussion around the tabling. There is currently a policy about this, right? So we couldn't discuss it after the table motion came up, but we would just resort to the existing policy, which just has some of this stuff out of it. Is that correct? There's so much red line here, I can't tell what the original was.
Yeah, we do have an original one, and it actually starts on page 75 of the board packet.
Oh, thank you so much. I was looking and just not.
It's just ahead of this, yeah. And then
No,
the red
that's
line.
the one that's revised.
Yeah,
That's
and
revised.
recall, one thing I was thinking about, John, when you were talking is about, yeah, it's great that we get our policies done really well, and we don't often have to go back to them. But boy, I can tell you from history, that's rarely the case. We seem to go back to policies pretty frequently, and a lot of times the ones that we think things are going to work a certain way, and we're wrong, and we have to go back and change them. So policies are our tool to hash some of these things out, if you will, and then go forward with them at that point. But there's nothing that says we can look at a policy every other month if we choose to. I hope we don't. They're actually as painful as you can tell. One of the reasons we created this policy committee is because getting the words right in these board meetings is really tough. Okay.
Hey,
Shay
Britt,
has,
can I interrupt real fast?
yes.
So just a comment just a reminder, Ryan can only be on until 3 o'clock. He does have a hard stop and has to leave at 3.
Okay.
And he cannot come back.
And let me look at the agenda. Ryan was going to talk briefly about the broadband, direction on broadband. All right, and that was executive. Okay, that is next on the agenda. All right, we will we'll do what we can to get through this, or we will jump to, how long is Ryan's presentation would be?
I would say maybe Dan can add probably just 15 minutes, because it's really more of a, we are asked to give an update on what we're thinking for broadband. And
All
it
right.
was just kind of more of a timeline of when we'd like to start the broadband committee up again, but we do need someone to be the chair. And so really it could just be a conversation to say, hey, we'd like to start the broadband committee in September. Who can be the chair so that we can start developing the agenda for that? It could be that easy.
Okay, at 2:45 then, if the board allows me, I'll jump to Ryan, even if we haven't finished this, and then we would come back to it at some other point. We'll see what happens. So Shay, if you would go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm ready. Is it showing up right?
Yes, it is. And
Okay.
those who see part of our faces on the screen, you can minimize that to the bottom by clicking the normal minimization button. And then at the bottom, the participants button, you can click on that again to bring it up. So I minimized it so I see the entire screen. And what I'm going to ask for here shortly will be a motion to approve this policy red line form. So go ahead, Shay.
So what I tried to do is highlight the changes that I made as we were going. So the first one is I deleted next and added at which that director's term expires to confirm or to clarify that that's whenever the election will happen. I added to Director Landis's concern that we would also include the meeting dates and expectation of time commitment. And it should be commitment or commitments. Probably plural, right?
Plural.
Thank you.
Yeah, plural.
Okay, got it, plural. Then G, I deleted or will create so that it's just whenever, or just the members that are the directors that are gone whenever the vote occurs. And then added is met to Director McGinnis's concern about the funky language. I think that's everything. There's still the question of F and whether or not it needs to be in there, but that would be handled through an amendment.
All right, so we do probably will have some further discussion on this, but let's go ahead and put it in the form of a motion. If anybody's willing to move at this point to
I move
adopt this.
we approve the red line policy 120 that Attorney Denning just presented to us.
All right, we have a motion to adopt this policy. Is there a second for that?
Rachel seconds.
Rachel seconds. Now for discussion. Kirsten, go ahead. Unmute and go ahead, Kirsten.
No, I don't have anything. I'll get my hand down. Sorry.
Okay, Jack
Can't see
Turner. Jack Turner, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, so I would like to follow up with amendment that to move to eliminate section F of the policy 120.
All right, Jack has moved that we eliminate section F of policy 120. And that is the part that you don't even start preparing to have a, I don't need to summarize it, I guess, because the wording's there, but I think it helps. We would not start the process of filling a vacancy until that vacancy has occurred. So
then sorry, Brett, I'm mistaken. It's the section S. I mean, the policy. My screen just went blank, but the policy that talks about the remaining directors.
Oh, that would be G. It says, for purposes of this
Sorry.
policy, the term board shall mean current members of the board, less the members that have created the vacancy to be filled, even though less than a quorum. So,
Yeah, so
Jack has moved to remove section G, and that would mean that he would not have to, he could choose to recuse himself if he was still here when we were voting on his replacement. I think in a sense is what that says. Is there a second for that motion? To the amendment, a second to that amendment?
Brett, I'm sorry, I can't raise my hand with this, all the screen sharing up here, but I think that section, or that.
Sue, you went back mute somewhere. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I was saying that I think that particular section of item G came straight out of the bylaws. I'll have to look at when I can get back to the other screen and see, but I think that was in the bylaws itself.
Yeah, and Shay, of course, we don't need to repeat the bylaws in here other than point at them. So I can't say for sure, but Shay, could you address that? Is this straight out of the bylaws, or is this doing something slightly different?
So the provision regarding the even though less than a quorum of the board comes straight out of the bylaws. The definition of board is something that is addressed in the policy, not specifically in the bylaws. However, if I can speak to the amendment, I think that Director Turner's concern was addressed whenever we struck or will create out of the provision. And this may be a situation where Director Turner's not able to see the red line. So if I can describe what the change is, that might do away with the need to have the amendment.
Yes.
And so what we originally said is that the policy, that the board means all of the current members of the board, less the members of the board that have created the vacancies, meaning that the vacancy has happened. And so therefore it would, if we are keeping section F, which means we're going to start doing stuff, or we could start doing stuff before a director leaves, then every current member of the board is going to be voting on replacements, even if that person might be the one that's going to be leaving. So I think that it's already been fixed and we don't need to change it further.
Okay, this is Jack, and I agree, and I'll withdraw that amendment.
All right, we've still got the motion for the red line version on the table, and Kirsten's up next to discuss.
Yeah, I'd like to reconsider amending that to strike G again, because as I look at this, I realize that you're no longer on the board if you created the vacancy. So it actually just adds confusion, because yes, only members are on the board, but if that vacancy has already been created, that person's no longer on the board. So G just might be introducing more questions than it is clarification. I would move to amend that we strike G, because G is already in the bylaws.
Okay, there's a motion to strike G as it's potentially repetitive and perhaps a bit confusing. Is there a second to that amendment?
I'll make a second. This is Tim.
That's Tim. Okay, now we're going to discuss removing G, if there is any discussion, or else we're going to vote on it. Is there any discussion on the amendment to remove G?
And if I could speak to why G is in there.
Go ahead,
to try
Shay.
to help the board. So the reason that we try to define what the board is to confirm that it's the board can appoint a committee, but whenever you are selecting the person that is going to be, whenever you are going to be interviewing the candidates and selecting the candidates, it's going to be the full board and not less than the full board. And so the reason that this definition is in there is to try to address a concern that was raised by policy committee regarding when it's important for the board as a full body to act versus when it can be dumped to a committee. So that's why that is in there. And if that's unnecessary, then so be it, but that's why it's there.
Okay, appreciate that. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's helpful, I'm trying to think this through. The other thing that's helpful is it points out that it does actually make it clear that the person who's vacating but still on the board can actually vote. Because I could see that coming up in process down the road if it's not somehow called out.
All right. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, but it is called out in the, if you've been elected and you haven't been kicked off yet, you're still on the board. Tim, you had brought that up. You said it was a covenant. Whoever brought that up. So
I said covenant, but I meant bylaw.
Oh, bylaw. Okay. So if it's a bylaw that says if you're on the board, because I would see this as going as that somebody's going to be on there for like 4 of the 5 steps. And then by the time it gets down to the 5th step, which is actually voting somebody on, that person might be gone, or they may be gone for the whole process. I'm not sure which, but it does seem redundant. It's not a big thing. I do think it puts more questions than clarity, and that's why I'm asking for it to be withdrawn.
Okay. Annie, Rachel, your hand's still up. Did you want to say something?
Nope, I'll pull, nope, thank you.
Okay, so the amendment on the table is to remove G. Part of the discussion is some that it's confusing and part that it actually makes it very clear. It's hard for me to decide on this one, so the board's going to vote. So let's see, let's go back. Could you, Shay, put up the rest of the directors and not share your screen for a minute, and then we'll do this vote. And I will see first if it's unanimous. Well, it's not going to be unanimous, I don't think. So we're going to vote on this amendment to remove item G. Bob Lynch, how do you vote?
Britt, since I can't see the screens and things, I'm struggling a little bit, so I'm going to abstain on this one.
All right, abstain. And Britt, I think I don't have a strong opinion on this one where I can see both ways, so I'm going to abstain. Dan Huntington, how do you vote?
No.
Dan says no, don't remove it. Holly Metzler says
No.
no, don't remove it. Jack Turner says something. Jack?
No.
No, don't remove it. Joe Lewandowski?
No.
No. John Lee?
No.
Kirsten?
At the risk of getting a reputation, I vote yes.
You already have one. Kohler McGinnis, yes or no?
No.
No. Rachel Landis?
No.
Okay, we can see. And Sue McWilliams?
No.
Tim Wheeler?
No.
Okay, so that was 2 abstentions and 1 yes, and all the rest were no. And so we're curious to get that into the minutes. So that'll be some minutes that show quite a few things. Now we're back to policy 120, the red line version that we looked at. Do we need any more discussion on, or can we vote on this now? Jack Turner, go ahead. Jack, you muted it. Something caused you to mute. Okay, we'll wait for Jack a minute and go back to Dan Huntington. Go ahead. Discussion on this motion to approve.
I'd like to see the on subsection H, I believe.
You were cutting in and out a little bit, Dan, against some net problems. You wanted to see
subsection H.
Oh, okay. You would like to make an amendment to add a section?
No. I guess it's E. I'd like to see the next page up.
Okay. There's E. Thank you, Shay. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, there was another change. Go on up, Shay, please. Okay, no. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, good. So let's go ahead and put the participants back up, if you will, Shay. And I'm going to see first if this is unanimous, and then if not, I'll do a roll call. So at this time, all are in favor of approving policy 120. Please say so by unmuting and saying yes.
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 Okay, all those who are opposed to approving this, please unmute and say no.
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 Okay, so I'm going to do a roll call, and Bob Lynch, you're up first. You wish to approve this or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. And I'll vote yes. And if you guys notice, I'm going through by first name alphabetically so you can be prepared. Dan Huntington, your vote, yes or no?
No.
Holly Metzler,
Yes.
yes. Jack Turner,
Yes.
Jack Turner, yes. Joe Lewandowski,
Yes.
yes. John Lee,
No.
Kirsten Skian,
Yes.
Kohler McInnes,
No.
no. Sue McWilliams,
Yes.
yes. And Tim Wheeler.
Yes.
Okay, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Oh,
8
me.
yeses. And for, oh, did I miss you, Rachel?
Yeah, I vote yes.
Oh, I would have had you down as a no. I did miss you and put the wrong thing down. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 yeses and 3 no's. And Karis, for the records, when you listen to this, the no's are Kohler, John Lee, and Dan Huntington. So this policy is passed and is now in place. The next action we would take would be to actually start the process. But I think we will jump back to that if it's okay with the board to go on with Ryan's. Oh boy, because then right after Ryan, we go on to, it'd be a while till we got back to doing this. Then let me see if we can just real quick get a motion to start filling this committee position or this vacant position. That should be easy. Would anybody move that we, Tim moves that we start the process to fill this vacant position. Is there a second?
Rachel seconds.
Rachel seconds. Is there any discussion of starting this process to move the vacant position? And Dan, your hand is up.
No, I take it down.
Kirsten, your hand is up.
Yeah, this policy says it's a certain date. We don't have a certain date yet. We would need a certain date before we start moving.
Oh, you know, I think you're correct about that because we don't know. Well, we actually, does the policy say we need a certain date?
Does.
Okay. Jack, unless you're going to give us a certain date right now, we are not going to do this. Get this started.
Yeah, Britt, since we talked about this and it suggested that this position could be filled by the vote of the next board meeting, you know, I would like to participate in that. And now that the policy says that's good, that once at the end of the day of the September board meeting would be, I think that's the 15th. I think that would be 16th.
September.
Yeah, so I think.
Oh, the September board meeting is Wednesday, September the 16th, according to my calendar. Am I right or wrong on that? Am I looking at the right?
I think it is the 16th. So as long as we can start the process and have it all involved, and since you and I talked about that may be a good date, let's just stick with it. And
of course, to be clear,
forward.
Jack, to be clear, just so nobody will misinterpret what I said, when I said I thought that the date that you might want to choose would be the day before our last board meeting. So that would give you one more CREA meeting. I actually didn't because I hadn't thought about it, hadn't thought about all this, about saying exactly what date it was. I thought the day before. I can see your point of view of wanting to help select who comes after you. I don't disagree with that. But anyhow, it's up to you what date you pick. I just wanted to be clear that I had not encouraged Jack on that exact date.
Okay, well, so let's just stick with that. The last board meeting at the end of the day will be my effective date.
Okay, Karis, let the meeting show that Director Jack Turner has resigned from the board effective the end of the day, September the 16th, so that he will attend one more board meeting. That being known, we have a motion on the floor, slightly out of order, but still trying to get through this, that Tim has made, that we direct staff to start this process of advertising this vacant position and putting this application together. Is there a second for that?
I second. Kirsten.
Kirsten seconds. Is there any discussion on starting this process and going ahead? All right, all those in favor of starting this process at this time, again, we'll see if it's unanimous. Please unmute and say yes.
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 All those who are not in favor of starting this process at this time, please unmute and say no. Any who wish to abstain, please unmute and say I abstain. Okay, that motion passed unanimously. Now let's go ahead and get Ryan Wagner up here to discuss a presentation that he has to make for us. And then when that's done, then we'll look at taking a break before we jump in with Matt. So if you could go ahead, Jessica.
Sure, thank you. So while Ryan's getting on here, I just wanted to clarify, because as Kirsten always says, words matter. And she's right, because Tim has brought this up. We apologize for the confusion on the title. This, just to make it crystal clear, we are not suggesting that the Broadband Committee has met. We are just asked to provide the board with an update at the last board meeting, and this is all that we are doing from a staff perspective on timing. Nothing to do about any substance that have been discussed. So we'll make sure that we're clear in the future. And just in summary, before Ryan starts, because I think we can get into the details, I would suggest we don't get into too many details on this, because what we're proposing to do is ask the board that we reconvene the Broadband Committee in September. We'd like to try to end it by at least, and ask for an extension and end it in the spring. So I would say have a final recommendation to the board by April, so that we can go back to our community members and let them know that we are working on it. I do get a lot of inquiries about this topic. We have some of our members that are very large that are interested in maybe getting involved in actually broadband. So I think it's a good time to work on this. As a reminder, we delayed the Broadband Committee because staff is really focused on meeting the resolution that the board had passed, which was looking at the 3 options with Tri-State, and that took the capacity of all my staff. And in fact, not all my staff, but the staff that would be working on broadband. And as Ryan can attest to, he lost a technician, and so he was doing double duty on that work as well. And so we needed to be cognizant of our staff. So he now has someone on board and getting up to speed, and feels that he has a capacity, along with Dan and others, to restart this. But we are asking that we do need a Broadband Committee chair. And so we're hoping that we can find that person so that we can start coordinating the meetings and the agenda.
All right, and Shay, while this is going on, could you pull up the policy that has to do with setting up and assigning committee members, so you can remind us of what that says? So Ryan, if you could unmute, share your screen, and go ahead.
All right, I have my screen shared there. And I'm going to assume everybody can hear me, because I'm not hearing everybody tell me to unmute, so we're looking good there. Good afternoon.
Good, go ahead.
Good deal, thank you. So as Jessica pointed out, the more I dug into this, realignment might be a little bit of an incorrect word there. So I think she addressed that pretty well. Mostly what I prepared for you today was an update, and then I have a proposed strategy if we feel like we need to dig into it. If not, we're okay to stop at the update. Moving on to that update, the past meetings the Broadband Committee had were back in December, January, and February. And the summary of these 3 meetings were mostly just information gathering and learning about what's in our area, how it operates, really what's all out there. As Jessica alluded to, we have not scheduled the next meeting. I'd like to propose one for September. And the director co-chair is currently on assigned as well. So those are the immediate needs right now. So with Jessica, I'm looking to you on this one. Do you want me to proceed on to a proposed strategy, or is this where we just want to stop for today?
Sorry, when the screen changes, I have to find my mute button. No, I think that this is, I think we can stop here, or we can keep going. I mean, the rest of the slides go into a little bit more detail about what we're thinking, but in essence of time, knowing that we have a lot on our schedule, I would suggest we stop here and just say, we'd like to restart the broadband committee. I would prefer that we think through our next steps, which really are developing an overall strategy for LPA going forward. And then we fill in some of the additional policies under that. So if folks are okay, if we can stop here and then go look at how we assign the next co-chair, that would be great.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about getting this committee going again, some discussion around that. But first, as I did ask Shay to briefly look at this, Shay, could you remind me, and go ahead, Ryan, and unshare your screen for a moment then, and so we can see everybody. And Shay, remind me about who does what and how with these committees.
Yes, sir. So the committees, this is not a standing committee per policy 110. So it's a committee that is established by vote of the board. We have previously established the broadband committee, and my recollection is that we didn't disband it. We just halted the meetings, and I think defunded it. And I may need some clarification on that from everybody else's recollection. But if I am correct, then what we're supposed to do is that we establish a committee by vote of the board, and the committee's duties are delegated by the board as per a written statement of functions. Since the committee was not disbanded, we still have a written statement of functions. We need to refund the committee, and that would be by board action, I believe. And then the board president is the one that's responsible for the committee, for establishing the members or appointing the members of the committee. And one of those members needs to be a member of the executive committee.
All right, and the committee has been authorized to continue through December, but there had never been funds, in a sense, authorized to pay per diem for this committee. And I know there had been volunteer work in the past. That's not necessarily needs to be the case in the future. So I would look, I think right now for, as staff would request, that we start this again and extend it through next spring, January, February, March, say April, just picking a date. I'd look for a motion to continue the broadband committee through next April and provide funds to that committee to pay per diem.
Rachel moves. Oh.
Okay, go ahead. Rachel's moved to do that. Is there a second for that?
I'll second it, Tim.
Okay, and now we'll go into discussion of this committee. And if there is any, or we'll go ahead and vote to get it going. Is there any discussion on this? Kirsten, go ahead.
Not so much on the committee, but on the chair. It had been, I originally had been it, and then I wasn't able to continue it because of reasons. And then Gwen took it on. So I want to put a bid in. I would love to be on that committee again. And I would hope that we all continue this, because as we can tell by just the inability of our own directors on the other side of the divide to get in, we definitely need some help with broadband.
Well, I appreciate that. I will certainly, I will do that. All right, Dan Huntington, go ahead.
I move to amend the motion to appoint Kirsten as the chair.
Actually, I think in this case, Shay, can that be done, or is it explicitly that the board president appoints the chair?
The policy says that the appointment of committee members is the board president. Because it's a board policy, you could decide not to follow the policy, and the board could take action that is contrary to policy if it so chose. So if that's what you want to do, you can. I don't recommend that, because I think you should follow your policies and what they say.
Okay, Dan.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, appreciate that. I think I'll follow your advice anyway, Dan. Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
I mean, I'd like to be on the committee. Again, my problem is with still having a real job. You know, if these meetings could be geared towards the afternoon or something like that, that would help a lot.
All right. Tim, go ahead.
So, Britt, just to clarify, I'm on that committee and have been since the beginning, and we did not disband the committee, we suspended it.
Correct.
Due to the request from the staff to allow them to focus on the pressing issues of power supply and the pandemic. And so we did lose the chair, one of the chairs. There had been co-chairs. And on that, on the election of Sue that replaced Gwynn, who had been the previous co-chair. So we have, at this point, 2 board members, one of whom is on the executive committee, that's myself, and then Kirsten already on that committee. And we need to replace 1 board director unless we want to disband and reinstate it. That's how I would see it. So I think it's up to you, Britt, to appoint another director and then also determine how you want it chaired based on the policy that Shay just went over. And from my perspective, I would hope that you would choose 1 chair, not co-chairs. No offense to anyone who's been a co-chair, but 2 captains on a ship are sometimes difficult to navigate. So I'm willing to continue on. And I'm willing, if it's your pleasure, to be the chair, if that's a difficult thing. And hopefully that's helpful.
Okay, and Shay, let me ask you again at this point, since we've asked to extend this committee rather than reconstitute it, am I able to add anybody else to the committee or just to fill an empty position?
So we would be, from the original establishment, you would be limited to the number of board members that we selected whenever we first established the committee. So
Okay.
It would be filling the vacancy, not adding additional spots.
Okay, appreciate that.
Just to clarify, Britt, there were 2 staff members on the committee too that were at the discretion of the CEO, just to clarify.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what I think I'd like to do then to close this up is to go ahead and get a vote on this motion. I still see a couple of hands up, so let me get to those. But again, remember, we have a motion to extend the committee and to provide per diem funds for those who wish to take the per diem funds. A couple of hands up, Dan Huntington, and then we'll go to Ryan Wagner. Okay, Ryan, go ahead. Unmute and go ahead.
All right, yeah, and I think Chairman Wheeler touched on it too, or Director Wheeler, sorry, that it was, I believe, co-chaired by staff and a director. So I just want to make that known.
Shay, is that something that I could change if I chose to? I don't remember how we formed it originally.
I'm trying to find that information, and I'm sorry, I'm having trouble putting my hands on it quickly.
But you know, that's something that I can actually finish doing up via email to everybody. Once we know the committee is going to be extended, and once we know the limitations of my prerogative, I can go ahead and do that offline to save us a few minutes here, unless anybody has a problem with that. And I think that's what I would prefer to do. So I would like to see if we can actually go to a vote to extend the committee to next April and provide funds to it to provide per diem to anyone who wants it. Is there any more discussion on that motion? All those who are in favor of the motion to extend this committee and provide per diem, would you please unmute and say yes at this time?
Yes.
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 Any who would like to vote that they don't want to do this, unmute and say no. And any who abstain, unmute and say I abstain. Okay, that committee will get started again in September, I think. We'll leave the date being picked up to the members on that. It now has funds if anybody wants to choose per diem for it. and we know it needs to get started up again. There's a couple of loose things to figure out, and I will hopefully by the end of the week send out email to make that announcement. So with that said, let me ask Jessica, will Matt be available at 3?
Yes, he will, and he has a definite hard stop at 4 he cannot go over, just to let folks know.
Okay, that'll speed us up. So let's go ahead and take a break now, and let's reconvene with Matt in our public session at 3:05 is what we'll shoot for, so quick break. And then after the public section, remember we have to move over to an executive session at that point. This executive session will actually have 3 parts, but we can talk about that later. So at least make sure that you have your email or whatever you need to get to that link. With that said, let's go ahead and have a break, and I'll see you in about 8 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're just about ready to get started again. I see Matt's out there. That's good news. All right. Matt, we still have 7 attendees from the public that are out there who are going to listen to you, as well as board and staff here. So as we've done before, we would like you to go ahead and address us to tell us sort of the public status and dates and what's going on with our Colorado PUC case. And then if there's anything going on with the federal election, or FERC, I'll say, case, energy, not election. So
There's
Matt,
stuff going on there too.
Yeah, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. This is Matt Larson, outside counsel for LPEA in the ongoing Colorado PUC and FERC cases. I think the biggest updates since we last met really center on the Colorado side. So the Colorado PUC has stayed the proceeding. They did that on July 27th. And then they subsequently issued a decision extending the statutory deadline, which they can do under their own discretion, out to November 5th of 2020. So that gives them time to consider all of the exceptions that were filed and ultimately render a final decision. As far as the stay goes and the extension of the statutory deadline, I don't think any of that was unexpected. The stay is a little more ominous than it sounds. It tends to happen where recommended decisions come out and the commission wants to take additional time to consider them. So from that perspective, it was not an unexpected process change. And then the extension of the statutory deadline is something that happens with a level of regularity at the Colorado PUC. Moving to the filings that have come in since then, we had exceptions filed by Tri-State, United Power, and LPEA on July 30th. There were also quote unquote exceptions filed by several other Tri-State members. Those are extra record exceptions. They're inappropriate exceptions. They were filed by entities that are not parties to the case. And there's been a series of filings that have continued to come in from those types of entities. And then response to exceptions went in a week later on August 6th of 2020, so about 2 weeks ago. And in that, we responded to Tri-State's exceptions, and United Power also had a response, and then Tri-State had a couple of different responses to some of the issues that were raised on exceptions. So essentially, as we move forward now to a full consideration by the commission, which is really the next step on the Colorado side, they'll schedule a deliberations meeting to analyze all of the filings and determine whether they want to modify the recommended decision from the administrative law judge in any way. The key issues really are Tri-State's exceptions challenged essentially every aspect of the recommended decision. The non-utility member and the propriety of the non-utility member addition under Colorado corporate law was challenged by both LPEA and United. And then LPEA raised one issue with regard to one of the inputs into the formula that was chosen by the ALJ to get some clarification as to how the pro rata share of debt gets allocated across the different members. So at FERC, Tri-State has filed the partial buyout methodology now at FERC, so that case is moving forward. The CTP case, which is the contract termination payment case, which is really the primary proceeding as it relates to exit charge methodology. We had an initial settlement conference in that case. The next settlement conference is set for November the 7th of 2020. So there's going to be a fair amount of time between now and then as it relates to that particular case. There's a few other issues moving around in the other FERC cases, but I think that the CTP is really the focal point. And I think that covers the Colorado update and the federal update. Happy to take any questions during the public.
Matt, do you recall what the acronym CTP stands for?
Yes, contract termination payment.
Okay, so it's the new name for the exit fee, so to speak, if you will.
Yeah, I'd call it a new name for mark-to-market methodology.
If that's what happens when they're done. Anyhow, I'll ask a couple questions and then we've got 3 people who are going to ask some more. You mentioned that now that this is the Colorado PUC is going to consider the administrative law judge recommendation, they will schedule something. What is it that they would first schedule?
Yeah, so they'll schedule a deliberations meeting. What happens at that meeting is that the advisory staff, so the commission's advisors, will present to them the filings that have come in since the recommended decision from the ALJ. They will present to them a series of decision points. The commissioners are only allowed to meet in public. They're not allowed to meet privately. So essentially the advisors will speak to them, come up with a series of decision points, and they'll address each one of those decision points one by one. And it will ultimately result in a written order. So the discussion can be wide ranging at commission deliberations. There's no participation from the parties. There's no participation from counsel for the parties. It's just the commission and its advisors. You can watch that on a webcast. And I would anticipate that will happen sometime in the next couple of months.
All right, and certainly when you learn about when that is, if we haven't gotten news of it, we'd like to have you know when that date is and time. You also
Absolutely.
mentioned, Matt, that we challenged the non-utility members. Now, I certainly saw the exceptions filed by United Power about that, but I never saw in our exception that you said anything about that. So could you explain how we challenged that?
Yeah, so we did a joinder, which is legal speak for support in the LPEA standalone exceptions, where we express support in a footnote in our brief for those exceptions. The only reason, frankly, we didn't do joint exceptions was concern about filing 2 different documents and, at least the appearance that there was an issue under the rules with doing that. So we just did a joinder through the footnote.
Okay, I missed that. That's pretty weak if you ask me, but I won't say anymore. Tim Wheeler, go ahead.
Thank you, Britt. Thank you, Matt. And a couple questions here. One, there was in the ALJ ruling, I think he said there was going to be some sort of conference to finalize the number. Where's that fit in?
Yeah, that's correct, Tim. And there will be a technical conference scheduled to finalize the number. We have not received any communication from the commission yet as to the scheduling of that. My expectation is that it will be after the commission deliberates, but I don't know that for certain.
All right, so that's still on, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, one quick comment. I did read your firm's response to Tri-State's exceptions, and I want to applaud you in being so plain spoken, and I encourage every board member and staff and customer of LPEA that will read that if they can, because it does provide some insight into what we've been trying to do and how we've been stymied along the way. So I thought that was well done. And in it, in the United exception, you talked about the non-utility members being added to Tri-State in a way that might be contrary to Colorado law. Could you just digress a little bit about what that might mean or why that was brought up?
Yeah, one of the reasons that we continue to push that issue is It was specifically requested that we address that in more detail by the hearing commissioner when hearing commissioner Concilio was hearing the case. We brought in expert testimony on that issue. I believe we've made a very, very strong case that the addition of those non-utility members was illegal under Colorado corporate law. So that's why we've continued to now put the question in front of the full commission. One of the essential ramification of that is that if the members, the non-utility members, were added inconsistent with Colorado corporate law, those, for all intents and purposes, those additions would be void. And as a result, it would unwind those additions, and it would significant issue as it relates to as it relates to Tri-State's FERC jurisdictional status, because if they don't have the non-utility members anymore, they're no longer they no longer have blown their FERC exemption under the Federal Power Act, and by extension, they're no longer FERC regulated, and that's why it's an important issue.
Great, thank you. I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, Kirsten, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Matt. Happy August.
Likewise.
So 11/7 is the CTP next conference. 11/5 is when PUC will take on the final decision. It always seems we have these dates that are so bloody close to each other. Is there anything about where in here is there, and maybe it's in the CTP, that FERC says, oh yeah, and we do think we have, I know they've said so far that they're not going to make that decision yet, but can FERC make a decision saying, yeah, we do have jurisdiction?
Yeah, there's sort of two pieces of that. FERC hypothetically could. There's requests for rehearing pending on the concurrent jurisdiction finding, which is the finding that allowed the Colorado case to move forward. Tri-State has sought rehearing on that. So that's one potential avenue. The other avenue is that Tri-State has appealed that decision of FERC into the DC Circuit, and the DC Circuit can make a ruling on whether Tri-State appropriately, or whether FERC, I'm sorry, appropriately reached that conclusion.
Okay, so so that sounds like it's very separate from the whole November 5th
That's correct.
PUC and the November 7th CTP. That's sort of all separate, although those two things are related and they are both about exit fees.
That's correct. And it's somewhat coincidental that the dates are close in time. But I would note that for the CTP, the only thing that's happening on is another settlement conference. So, yeah, so it's nothing, there's not going to be a adjudication of the issue or anything on that date.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, Rachel, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess similar line of thought as Kirsten. So I guess the one question is, are we still in this race? I think in the past we referred to it in that sense, this race to get a PUC ruling in before a FERC ruling.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a timely commission decision.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, I'm sure this is in my notes, but I couldn't find them. So if PUC rules one way, shape, or form, if FERC can FERC repeal that down the road and say, actually, we are jurisdictional. Here we go.
As we stand here right now, FERC has said that there's concurrent jurisdiction of exit charges until there's actually an exit charge methodology that's approved by FERC. So as of right now, there's no exit charge methodology approved by FERC. And so until that happens, that is the triggering event for FERC jurisdiction over exit fees as FERC has constructed it.
Okay. And nothing's going to happen with that until 11/7/20 at the earliest on the FERC side. And like you said, that's just a settlement. It's not an adjudication.
That's correct. It'll just be another settlement conference. I expect that case to go on for the remainder of this year.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right. Are there any other questions by directors or staff in this public session? Rachel, you can take your hand down, and seeing none. Anything else? Okay. The next thing that we're going to do then is look for a motion to go into executive session. We only want to go into executive session one time, but we have 3 specific things that we're going to deal with in there. And we're going to have some staff come and go from this session. Drew, are you still out there? Or
Yes, I am.
okay, I'm hoping that you can help in some way figure this out. But then again, you're not going to be involved in this session either. Thinking out loud how we're going to do this, because the first one, it'll be open to all when we have the FERC and Colorado PUC part of this. The second one, when we talk about code of ethics issues, we'll only have our CEO and our attorney present and no staff. And the third one will be our CEO evaluation, in which no staff will be available nor anybody else. So you get what and the first part is for the FERC and Colorado PUC strategy session. We have to dismiss Kohler and we have to dismiss Shea. So people are going to be coming and going. That's the quantity, but we don't, or the problem. So.
Right, I am a co-host, so I can be monitoring that. And then the only issue is that when I'm off, I think you're going to have to push the co-host. Then Nadine will have to be the co-host and be monitoring that.
Okay, as long as we have a co-host available, we can take care of this. Part of it will be alerting people to come back on, even though they are not part of the executive session, but perhaps part of this public meeting session. How would we alert the people when we're ready for them to come back into the executive session?
We will just have to send out you mean the general public?
Well, there's that too, but that's really just when the meeting starts up again. We don't know. It would be like when it's time, Jessica, for you to rejoin us in the CEO evaluation, or it's time for Kirsten to join us for after the FERC, Kohler to rejoin us.
One of you will have to text me. I assume Nadine, so Nadine will be on my evaluation, will be present, right?
Yes.
So Nadine can actually text me when it's time to go back in.
Okay, we'll figure it out via email and text as they occur. That sounds reasonable. So we're looking for a motion to go into executive session to discuss 3 items. Our FERC Colorado PUC strategy, a policy 129 code of ethics issue, and our CEO evaluation. May I have a motion at this time?
So moved. This is Tim.
Okay, Tim.
Rachel seconds.
Rachel seconds. Is there any discussion of this? I see Kirsten's hand up. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, just one real quick one. I know I heard that we were being resent our executive committee Zoom, and I'm searching for mine and I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry. I don't want to be one of the late joiners. Am I looking at from IT?
Yes, I can send that again right now.
I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
The one that came out this morning at about just before 9 a.m. came from Drew Timmerman. So that helps you do the search.
Thank you.
That would be helpful, but he'll send it again. But yeah, we need to make sure we've got the link to go into executive session. And then however long that takes, we'll have to still have this link to come back here. Okay, so any more discussion of this? All those in favor of going into executive session, please unmute and say yes at this time.
Yes.
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 Opposed to go into executive session, please unmute and say no. Any abstentions for executive session, unmute and say I abstain. All right, it's unanimous that we will go into executive session at this time. So those who are on the board now, you'll have to exit this session, go find the link and bring up the Zoom session in executive session. Thank you. I'll see you there shortly. say that. The rest of the Zoom meeting's not too bad, but this executive session part's not as easy.